Be presenting about an investigation of factors influencing student protest in the South African higher education institutions, a case of University of Limpopo. Research on student protest remains a prominent focus in South African higher education institutions. The research, this study was motivated by the incident that happened last year during the Faculty of Management and Law Conference, where it was distracted by a student protest on the 14th of September at 23 past 2. So, South African students have protested for racial equality and free education since 2015, where there was that movement of Fees Must Fall movement that was started at VETS and also spread throughout other public universities using decoloniality and intersectionality. When we are talking about decoloniality, it is all about embracing African identity, to say that we should also include the content in our curriculum. We should also include what should be learned in our African countries. So also the issue of intersectionality, it is all about doing away with the issue of discrimination in South African universities. Student protests about financial exclusion and high fees are an annual event at University of Limpopo. And in 2017, as students at University of Limpopo, they have also struck due to the issue of resources scarcity and inaccessible buildings with students with special needs. Moving to my research problem statement, the literature on student protest impact on teaching and learning has received a limited attention because in University of Limpopo there is a rise in the student protests which turn up to be violent. The learning process should not be affected by student protest, but we should take into consideration that universities from those poor, like from rural universities, they are from a poor background, and at the end they do not have enough funds maybe to pay for their fees. But you find that due to that they end up protesting due to increase in fees. As a result, student protests harm academic performance, disrupt lecturers, damage property, and cause institution closures, and also the issue of student suspensions, the issue of injuries. The aim of the study was to investigate causes, consequences, and strategies in addressing student protest. Moving to theoretical framework, the paper has adopted a humanism theory of education. It suggests a holistic learning approach, to say that it suggests that we should first consider students as human beings and as learners. And this theory, it is also all about prioritizing students' needs and differences. Hence, it is relevant to this study as it is about meeting needs. By meeting those student needs, it will need to reduce the issue of student protests and also associated violence. Moving to empirical literature, student protest is the opposition of students towards different counterparts, because it is all about the disagreement between students and administrators. And student protest can also be seen as a social action, regardless of their violent action. We also have the causes of students' protests, which are diverse and multifaceted, which is all about this study because it was all about investigating those factors that influencing student protest, which one of them was the increase in tuition fees, where you find that students cannot be able to pay, so they end up striking. And in our university, at the University of Limpopo, this thing of striking against the increased tuition fee is now an annual event. The reason of studying about these factors influencing student protests was to identify them so that you can be able to also address them, because there is no way that you can address something if you do not know the root causes of it. So also the issue of at University of Limpopo, student protests lead to lecture disruptions. Those are just the consequences of student protest, damage of university property, closure of academic institutions. However, we also have, the study also found the measures in place that can be used to address the issue of student protest, which are effective communication, fair tuition fees, and strong leadership. These ones are just proactive measures. We also have those reactive measures that can be used where you find that students are already protesting. If now we find that that student it has some violent act, It's when students should also involve the private companies and also the issue of police to safeguard the university property. Moving to methodology. This is a desktop a study where it relied on the existing literature and observations to collect data. The data analysis methodology involved content analysis, and also the internal validity was ensured by relying on the recent articles or sources to ensure that we achieve the goals and objectives of the study. Findings and discussion. It was found that student protests are influenced by substance abuse, financial constraints, political influence, the issue of age and past riot experiences. Due to the fact that they once strike due to the issue of increase in fees, it can also lead to also student protest again. Furthermore, the Fees Must Fall movement worsened in international student retention, impacted new registration. The consequences of that student protest that took place in 2015 ended up decreasing the number of registration of international students, where the number of students from United States were decreased by 46%. And we really also need students from outside to come and register in our universities, because if they register, they will be the ones paying for tuition fees, and it will also contribute to the growth of our country. We also have the literature suggest using communication for tuition fees and private security companies to handle student protests effectively. So about using communication, it is just to encourage the university management to say that they should often engage with the student or SRC to know what challenges are being faced with the students, and also the issue of fair tuition fees, because like students in most students in University of Limpopo, they are from rural areas. There should be also the issue of fair tuition fees. It can also contribute to reduce the issue of student protest. The issue of private security companies, it is when now students are striking, are protesting. We can also try to react on that by involving private security companies and police to just ensure that they do not damage the property of the university. The administration at the University of Limpopo lacks regular communication with students, only responding reactively during protest, because you find that our SRC representatives, they are saying that they know that students are experiencing this, but you will not understand, because students will be saying that now we haven't received our allowances yet, but you find that the SRC representatives, they might not be engaging with the university management, hence they are waiting for students to strike, and after students they have striked and destroyed university property, it is when they are responding now to those actions. So university management should ensure that they hold those regular meetings with students so that they can try to prevent, to avoid the incidences of student protests before they happen. Moving to conclusion and recommendation. The present study identified a notable occurrence of student protest, and we can all agree that people, like when we're talking about human behavior, it changes over time. You might find that a student now, they are just striking due to the fact that there is a delay in allowances, but next year it might be another issue, and because the issue of a university system, you might find they may change something, and also it can also influence the issue of student protest. Though when the researcher was doing a literature review, has discovered that there is a limited literature on student protest in University of Limpopo. So it is recommended that also further researchers, they investigate on these issues of student protest, because human behavior, it keeps on changing over time. Findings show that students from historical black universities heavily rely on government support to higher education due to socio-economic circumstances. So now here it is also recommended to the Department of Higher Education and Training to reconsider national NSFAS and also other supplementing scholarships to provide adequate funding so that a student can be able to further their studies, because they are from poor background, and those socio-economic circumstances, they also lead to the incidences of student protest. Based on the study's finding, it will inform policies on student protests and advance the University of Limpopo, leading to discoveries and innovations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Netengwe, for your wonderful presentation. We are going to take 3 questions. My leadership is insisting that they must be 3. Okay. Okay, let us start with the gentleman here. He could not get the opportunity. Okay, we should work within 8 minutes. Ne?
Okay.
No speech.
No speech. Okay, but my comment is a bit long-ish. So, great presentation, my brother. I think part of, you mentioned performance of students, right, affecting the protest. And I think you can elaborate further on also the living conditions that some of the students live in, especially in outside of camp like places. So, part of NSFAS and the allowances goes towards accommodation. And majority of the accommodations of camp, the landlords can be very greedy. And this turns to affect the students very negatively, because you'd find that the living conditions are very bad, but the requirements of the landlords are very high, right? So please, especially to the school council, if you can have a minimum standard of the outside, off-camp places, so that the students have a certain living standard so they can perform at a minimum level, that would be great. But great presentation.
Thank you very much. So that was just a comment. Okay. Okay, and then Mr. Mamabolo will be the last. Yes, Mr. Ngoch.
Thank you, Netengwe, for your presentation. First one is a comment that you suggest that the university should involve police and private security companies to safeguard the university property. That has actually been found to result in the violence. So you cannot suggest that when it has been found that is what leads. The ministry and see police vans, they become violent when the strike was not actually going to be violent. And then secondly, which is a question, is what is your view on the opinion in bold that the reason we now have so much student protest is because of the lack of competency of the SRCs and their lack of leadership in our country.
Okay, I hope you have noted the question. Let's take the last one.
No, thank you. I must note that I was looking forward to this presentation. I have a clarity-seeking question. You made mention that substance abuse, and I think I heard you very carefully. Substance abuse is one of the leading factors to student protest. To me, it's very puzzling. I don't understand how that can lead to protests taking place, because in a case where leaders, let's say they are under the influence of substances, is that enough to even convince other students who are not under substances to form part of that particular protest? So please clarify that point. Again, in addressing the differences between administrators and student leaders, especially in the case of the University of Limpopo, what is your opinion if someone is to say to you that part of the reason why student protests end up being violent is because in the initial phases of trying to find a consensus or a common ground without the use of violence, no one really takes them serious. So the only way towards ensuring that ultimately the needs are resolved is to escalate it to a violent protest, like it was the case when we were having our presentations last year, and then we were cut short because police vans were running around. The following day, the money got in. Please comment on that. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for the questions and comment. I forgot to inform you that you should feel free to ask any question without any hesitation. Don't think maybe I'm related to Prof. Mukwena. We are just having that thing in common. So I acknowledge your comment and I will take that into consideration. Going back to your question related to why should we involve the private security companies and policies to address the issue of student protest. I hope Honorable Mamabulo, when he was asking his question, managed to answer that question, because we have noticed the rising in violent protest in University of Limpopo. Because the nature of protests in our university, they are just violent because they think that university, if they are not being violent, they will not listen to them. So they just start being violent. And to address that, we cannot just go there to massage maybe their feelings, but it should be that we involve the private companies and also policies to safeguard the university property, because you find that they destroy, and after that they only strike for, it can be for 2 hours, and after that they are done. And we are also expected to attend classes again, and there is no way that we can attend in that environment. And going to that question to say that how substance abuse contribute towards influencing the issue of strike. You find that a lot of literature is written on the issue of substance abuse. You say that you might find that yes, students, they are being protesting, but within that protest, there are those students who have abused substance, who are under influence of alcohol. They're the ones who turn up making those protests being violence. So that's why the issue of substance abuse was also taken into consideration. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think you are done. Thank you very much. Yeah. Now, we move to our next presenter, a doctoral candidate, Munyamani L. The topic is Mushadi wa Khomo tsa gaetsho. Aga masemola case study on the contest between a court-annexed marriage and a customary marriage.
And then you can move on, keep present. Okay. Sharp missing to this one. Okay. Time starts now. Okay. Banabeshu Dulam Fase, and allow me to journey with you through the law of marriage yabatau banaba matlaku angwato from Ramasemola. The title of my study is Mosadi wa Khomo tsa gaetsho. Why did I title this study Mosadi wa Khomo tsa gaetsho? That would become apparent, ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude. In my conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, I arrive at the view that the Constitution and the Western epistemological lenses through which the law is perceived, as they are insisting on themselves. And in that insistence, they are further taking the natives away from themselves. We have a system whereby you have cultural disorientation of natives through the system of the Constitution and Western construction of customary law. In the instance of marriage, this means that in some circumstances, you find a situation where somebody qualifies through the court-annexed marriage to inherit benefits from a marriage through which he or she does not qualify as makoti or mohonyana. So what does that then mean, ladies and gentlemen? The court-annexed marriages, as I conclude, create a situation where makoti or mohonyana is taken from the family without ever having qualified as makoti or mohonyana in that family. And that is through the Constitution and the Western construction of customary law. Allow me then to journey through the requirements for validity as determined by law. The RCMA, the Recognition of Customary Marriages Act of 1998, in Section 3, subsection 1, regulates the requirements for validity. These ones on parallel lines are the formal requirements. It means, therefore, the person must be 18 years and above. On the other hand, you have consent. Consent is layered so far as customary law is concerned. Layered in what manner? You have the consent of the people that are joining each other. They have the desire to want to be married to each other. But these people need the consent of their families in order to get married. So now I go to my parents and say, I have seen somebody that I wish to get married to. My parents agree that indeed I am an adult and send emissaries to the family of the person I intend to marry. So that is the second layer of consent. Finally, the substantive requirement is there at the top tier, section 3(1)(b). One of the speakers here said we must be very careful in using the word must. But it would appear that the courts are not very careful in their use of the word must. Because the requirements here say the marriage must be negotiated, entered into, and celebrated in terms of customs. It sounds very easy, but it is quite complex in the application. Allow me then to journey with you through the lenses of the court and how they interpret these provisions that I showed you in the last slide. It is my considered view, ladies and gentlemen, that these lenses of the court have promoted consent to the status of too much significance over and above all the other requirements for validity. As a result, therefore, the courts have arrived at something they call abbreviated celebration. I would like to think of myself as black, but I have no idea what abbreviated celebration is. I have never experienced it, but apparently the court know of something called this. Now, this problem started in Mabuza versus Mbatha, where the court, in coming to a decision, said Ukumegeza has probably evolved. I want you to put some emphasis on that word, probably. The court provided no evidence. The court provided no substance to their opinion that Ukumegeza has probably evolved. But yet it came to a decision that indeed there was a valid customary marriage. In Southern versus Moropane, right here in Seshego, in coming to a decision, the court emphasized the requirements of section 2(1)(b), and they said integration of Makoti into the groom's family is a peremptory provision of law, meaning it is something that cannot be done away with, must, as the speaker indicated. However, when you move to the Supreme Court of Appeal in Mbungela versus Mugabe, the court now turns and say, consent is far too important. And they speak only of the consent of the two parties wishing to get married. The first layer of consent, the jollering people coming together and say, I want to marry you. That in Bungani versus Mugabe, the Supreme Court of Appeal aggregated that to the status of significance. And that has been taken further, ladies and gentlemen, in LS versus RL, which is the HHP judgments. The courts affirmed that the consent of the people wanting to get married is significant. But it introduced the abbreviated celebration. In what sense? The emissaries of HHP went to the lady's house after concluding an agreement that they want to get married in the amount of 45,000. 30,000 was paid, and they had lunch. That lunch, apparently, is the abbreviated celebration, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure you would agree with me that it's bad manners to decline food when offered in So now what that means for the purposes of us as black people and our law is that when emissaries go to negotiate a marriage, they must not eat. Because now it is an abbreviated ceremony. And this was taken, ladies and gentlemen, in the Lukele judgment. The emissaries of Lukele went to the Muvali family, or it is the other way around. The Lukeleers went to Muvali. An amount of 90,000 was agreed as lobola. They paid 23,000 and they had lunch. Now the court ruled in Lukele that they are married. Abbreviated celebration. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my view that this positioning actually betrays the people of Ramamabolo. It actually thinks them away from the lenses of the law through which they apply themselves. That is because, ladies and gentlemen, the payment of lobola does not validate a marriage. It is a necessary prerequisite, but the marriage would not be valid. What is then needed in order to validate the marriage? Banyaka letlhakore. It's just a portion of meat from the cow that has been killed. It must be taken to Moshad. But in modern times, they replace this with an amount of 100 rands. Because ausana bakhalayo ko Moshate who eat this matlhakore. So they have replaced that. That means the law has evolved so that letlhakore is demanded, but it is replaced by money. But significantly, ladies and gentlemen, banaba matlaku angwatu demand that motlhobolo be sent to the groom's family. Put more crudely, ladies and gentlemen, motlhobolo just simply means mosadi o isha letheka ga bo monna. Remember I said consent has two layers. It is the consent of the parties that wish to get married, and it is the consent of the family. The families expect that the new union would procreate and there would be children. It is for that reason, therefore, that they demand motlhobolo, ladies and gentlemen. In the absence of motlhobolo, the bride is considered stolen. So, in the context of Banaba Matlaku Angwatu, ladies and gentlemen, the abbreviated celebrations and the consent in its literal expression that the courts have been endorsing, it does not represent their law. But for unison, if somebody from Bataung were to come to the High Court here in Polokwane and say, they paid Magadi and we had lunch, they would be considered married. They would be married in the High Court in Polokwane, but not married Kora Matlaku Angwatu. So it is therefore the view of this paper that in trying to constitutionalize the natives and construct their law through the lenses of their common law, they are thinking away the people of Ramasemola and similarly situated people. How have we allowed that to happen? Apparently, customary law must be developed in terms of Section 39(2) of the Constitution to be aligned with the rest of the laws of the country. How has the common law invaded our space? If you look at the RCMA, it is constructed through the lenses of the Marriages Act. The proprietary consequences of the RCMA or created through the RCMA are similar to those that are in the Marriages Act. So therefore, at the end, ladies and gentlemen, as I introduce the issue, I put it to you that the Constitution and the common law is attempting to civilize us without paying attention to us. As I introduce further, ladies and gentlemen, I ask the question, would somebody that has been married in terms of the court annexed marriage be accepted as marriage? I leave it up to you and I thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Munyamani, for a thought-provoking and a wonderful presentation. Yeah, I can see many hands flying around. Remember three. So I have noted Professor Kanjera, advocate. Are you also coming again, advocate?
Mine was first.
Oh, okay, let's take. Where is the mic? The roaming mic?
Okay.
Then
Should I start from?
start because you are having the mic. Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'm Professor Masidiso Kanjere from Teflo Graduate School of Leadership. That was quite an interesting presentation, and especially if one considers the new South African bill that is out, which is very controversial in as far as the type of marriages that we have in South Africa and which have to be consolidated. Now, my question to you is that how should the government then move forward, especially if one considers the various customs and traditions that we have in our society? For instance, we have the Muslim way of their customary marriage, Hindu, and the list is endless. How do you satisfy all those sects of the society in just one bill? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Please be very short. Let's go to the back and then we'll come back. Yeah, I was intrigued by the word jewelry, so.
Thank you very much. By the way, you must tell them to come from private law. That's how we do things in that department. You actually, this is more of a comment, but it may end with a little of a question at the end. So I just want to commend you on how you have molded or rather reshaped the synergy in the customary law approach, more especially with regard to how women are perceived or lobola is perceived when women are integrated into the men's family. Because I did one of these cases in the regional court in the Limpopo High Court recently, wherein there was a dispute as to whether the 2 rents that was paid by the uncle constitute part of the lobola or not. And somebody was saying, "Nah, I come from Rakibi, and Rakibi, we don't recognize money as a method of payment, a nominal payment for lobola." And the gentleman said, lobola. So there was a contradicting views with regard to this evolving societal customary law that applied there. So what do you think is the best way the legislature can come up with a uniform approach in the application of one customary law to solve the impasse that is currently occurring? Thank you.
Thank you, Advocate. Let's give Advocate Mgambi.
Prof said I must not say I'm a labor law specialist. Prof. All right, I'll try to be fast. I'll speak very fast. And thank you for a very faultless presentation. It was quite provoking. I want to check with you. If you check, maybe in the province, we have paid the vendor, Tonga speaking. And in terms of, we have a lot of things in common in terms of issue of getting married, lobola and so on. Lobola, of course, all of us we pay. But in terms of its negotiations, there is difference in its form and shape. And therefore, I want to check, what can we do to educate this court so that at least they understand our culture, different as we are, that this is how we handle it. And then the second one, this one I trust you will clarify and you will assist some of the people that I won't mention in this house. As black people, after marriage, everything has been paid. We got married on Saturday, everything is done. Traditional lobola was paid, everything is cleared. On Monday, early in the morning, we are at Home Affairs. We go civil. 50-50. What's happening? Because it was traditional, it was everything African. On Monday, don't you think this divorce? I want to check, I want to hear from.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, you are. Well done, advocate.
That's my turn. Thank you for the questions and the clarity-seeking inquiries. Professor Kanjere, the consolidation of marriages in South Africa is a problematic idea. We have to accept that South Africa is a plural society. Now, at the moment, the dominant framework through which we are looking at every law is the common law concept. More likely than not, if we consolidate, we are going to end up with a sort of complex white marriages or civil marriages as they are called. I am opposed, very strongly so, to the idea of consolidating our marriages. We have to appreciate that it is a diverse country with different ethnic groups. Thank you. I want to tie in what my HOD and Advocate Nagambi asked. My inquiry has found that there are no universal truths insofar as customary marriages are concerned. Now, the old authors wrote from the position as if there are universal truths in the space of customary marriages. In my ethnographic inquiry, I also went to Radikale. In Radikale go Nchalobola, they said it qualifies you as Mohonyana. In Ramasemula, Ujadi Chans. Now, what does that then mean? It means, ladies and gentlemen, we are similar but different. Whose reality should be favored ahead of another's reality? So it means, to some extent, certain people are going to be written out of the legal pages of South Africa. We saw what happened when other races were written out of our law. It is a prejudicial system that cannot be allowed to continue. As I conclude, the Home Affairs issue, my supervisor actually investigated it and wrote an article on it, Advocate Nagambi. The system there is just problematic. It's just problematic. The last time, based on the stats that Professor Rapulana indicated, there were around only 200 customary marriages registered. And a lot of people went there to register customary marriages and came back with civil one. It's just the common law enjoying an unequal status in our law, and that is problematic. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I always discourage students to say I read somewhere, but I'm going to do that. I read somewhere that the importance of research creates students who engage in research tend to have high critical thinking and problem-solving skills. So it is exactly what we are witnessing. So this is the importance of research. We are creating students who can engage in high critical thinking and problem-solving skills. Thank you very much for the wonderful presentation. Now we move to another presenter, Zwani B.E. Zwani B.E., a legal evaluation of corporate governance in ESCO. I think Mr. Zwani is an undergraduate. ne? Okay.
Okay. In the same energy of my previous lecturer, Mr. Leseja Munyamani, by virtue of my parents and by virtue of African tradition, my name is Elton Begimuzi Swani, and I'm a final year law student. I'll be presenting a paper on a legal evaluation of corporate governance at ESCOM. Now, in introduction, rising incidents and the consistent power cutoffs by ESCOM is an increasing concern in South African cities. As such, it led to the writing of this paper, with the purpose of the study being to examine the corporate governance practices at ESCOM. This is a state-owned company or a state-owned entity in South Africa. One of the most important parts of a company or a business or a corporation, if I may say, is its corporate governance, since it refers to the way in which a business concludes its decision on how to manage its affairs. This is by Naidoo. It also involves a set of rules, practices, and processes designated to ensure the best interest of the company. It also ensures accountability on the company structures and specific individuals within the company. Given their history, objectives, and resources, many enterprises around the world cannot ignore the widespread appeal for excellent corporate governance in the fight for economic progress and status. Therefore, in terms of analyzing ESCOM's corporate governance, there have been concerns about the appointment of the board members and the lack of transparency in the decision making. The ESCOM board has also been criticized for its failure to prevent corruption and mismanagement, and as such, one of the significance of this study is to establish whether the board of directors of ESCOM comply with the King 3 and King 4 codes of the protocols. To evaluate the performance management system at ESCOM and identify several challenges that need to be addressed is also part of the importance of this study. Let me dive you down and dissect the history of corporate governance in South Africa. When South Africa welcomed democracy in 1994, the history of corporate governance began. To educate and familiarize the newly democratic South Africa with the functioning of the capitalistic market system, a new governance framework was required, and the first King Report on corporate governance was introduced. In response, the King Report was amended and became King 2 in 2002. I believe I was born at that time. And then King 3 in 2009, and then King 4, which went into effect in 2010 and aimed to mimic the 2010 Combined Code of the United Kingdom. This is by Stewart. The King reports may have reflected changes in the socio-economic and political climate that were noticeable in South Africa at junctures in that time, 1994, 2002, and 2009, as well as an ideal corporate governance frameworks at those junctures. The King 1 report aimed to promote the ideals of corporate governance as well as pushing for a comprehensive and transparent method of corporate governance. The purpose of the King 2 of the King Report 2002 was to revise the King Report on corporate governance. All entities incorporated in and resident in South Africa must comply with the King 3 report and the code, regardless of the manner and the form of cooperation or establishment, or whether establishment is in the public, private, or non-profit sectors. The King 2 report, in contrast, only applies to specific categories of commercial organization, such as listed firms, financial institutions, and sector enterprises. Businesses that do not fall into these categories were just required to consider the King II reports application as necessary. The purpose of the King IV is to provide guidelines for the governance structures and operation of companies in South Africa. Now, the interesting part, problematic issues identified in ESCOM with regards to corporate governance. It is evident by the resignation of CEOs that ESCOM's problems stem from a lack of sound corporate governance. And this only serves to highlight the reality that companies' governance lacks consistency and excellence in operational performance. Under De Ruyter, the previous CEO of the state-owned electricity production company, announced his resignation during the preceding year of 2022, making him the 11th executive to do so in just over 10 years. Since 2018 alone, 63 managers left ESCOM. The instability in the management of ESCOM and constant decline in managers and board of directors gives birth to the further problems such as coal fleet, which is also the biggest issue when it came into generating insufficiency. And this, according to ESCOM Group Chief Operating Officer Jan Oberhalzer during an ESCOM State of System briefing. And the acting managing director of generating at ESCOM, Rulani Matebula, agreed with him. In his words, I quote, "We ended the year at 55.5%, which is extremely low in terms of our energy availability factor on our coal fleet." One of the key issues that have been raised in the context of ESCOM's corporate governance is the role of government as the majority shareholder in the company. I mean, this can potentially create conflicts of interest between the government's political objectives and the company's commercial interest. The government is trying to give people electricity at an affordable price, and ESCOM is trying to make profit. Additionally, the company's corporate governance has been embroiled in various allegations of corruption and maladministration, which can indicate a failure of its internal controls and risk management system. ESCOM is proactively dealing with fraud, corruption within its ranks and supply chain by implementing recommendations made by the Zondo Commission. However, the South African government has come under fire for exempting ESCOM from the Public Finance Management Act, which could further exacerbate the company's corruption sorrows. ESCOM was granted a 3-year partial exemption from the Public Finance Management Act, Section 55(2)(b)(I) and Treasury Regulation 28(2)(1), which would allow ESCOM to declare irregular, pointless, and wasteful expenditures on its annual report rather than its annual financial statements. Additionally, the exception provides ESCOM more time to adhere to the new reporting requirements for unauthorized, pointless, and wasteful expenditure. Luckily, the Democratic Alliance and the trade union organization COSATU, among others, voiced their opposition, and the exception was ultimately abolished. The top issues at ESCOM are as follows. Firstly, ESCOM had severe challenges in 2018. Several challenges, including debts totaling to 419 billion, load shedding, we are currently in load shedding, a coal shortage, and power outages brought by the strikes and unattended power facilities. ESCOM requested that the state assume 100 billion of its debt. ESCOM eventually offered a 3-year pay agreement with 7.5% in 2018 and 7% in 2019, following a dispute with trade unions for 2019 and 2020. These have been constant problems that are recurring and have overlapped to the current days. Till to this day, ESCOM has been facing massive debts, coal problems, corruption within the company, because it is harboring leaders or directors who do not practice or follow good practices as prescribed in the King reports. ESCOM must adhere to sound corporate governance while providing a continuous supply to all of its consumers in the most effective, efficient, and economical way as possible. Now, the research methodology of my paper is conducted based on a qualitative approach. There's a combination of legal historical methodologies and legal comparative methods based on jurisprudential analysis are used, based on library resources, including references to books, reports, laws, guidelines, court decisions, articles, and papers presented on the topic, and based on online sources. The aims and objectives, well, on the aims, the aim of the study was to examine the legislation governing good corporate governance in South Africa and evaluate the difficulties faced by principles of corporate governance in state-owned businesses such as Eskom. The research further aimed to evaluate challenges relating to implementation and enforcement of corporate governance at Eskom. Objectives: by defining corporate governance, this study analyzed and understood the legislation governing corporate governance in Eskom. In addition, it assessed the extent to which the corporate governance, a concept outlined in King 3 and 4 reports, have been applied to Eskom. My main findings are as follows. In addition to compliance, corporate governance ought to focus on the effectiveness of board of directors and their management. Even if there are performance management systems in the public sector, it is challenging to hold boards and management accountable because of the extensive corporate mandates and legal requirements. Complicated law and rigid institutional structures between executive management, boards, and line function departments further jeopardizes the state-owned enterprises' ability to execute effectively. Since it is a foundational element of good corporate governance, accountability is of the utmost importance in South African law. The current investigation into claims that South African President Cyril Ramaphosa, or the previous ones, may have breached numerous laws serves as a reminder of how difficult it is to hold high government officials responsible, especially in a political heated context like South Africa's. Complex legislation and regulations are associated with problems with multiple reporting and accountability. The dual or multiple governance approach used in South Africa causes delays because of how bureaucratic the government is. The Department of Energy, Treasury, and the Department of Public Enterprises have a complicated relationship that can be influenced by political overturns with competing goals. The drawback is that service is hampered because state-owned entities like Eskom are caught in the crossfire. The contribution that the study made is that the research produced a clear understanding of the intricate nature of the governance and management structures of Eskom and how these affect the corporate body through primary and secondary evaluation. The conceptual framework allowed the thesis to highlight governance and management issues at Eskom caused by the division of ownership and control. What I recommend is as follows. For enhancing corporate governance in Eskom, the following is recommended: strengthening board independence and expertise, minimizing political interference, enhancing transparency and disclosure mechanisms, implementing robust risk management system, promoting ethical conduct and accountability, and in conclusion, if Eskom were to implement the above strategies effectively and adequately, while as well implementing good corporate governance principle, this will result in good economic benefits. According to Charles, the presence of weak governance in many African nations, the presence of weak and inefficient monitoring institutions typically makes it more difficult to assist in the adoption of strong corporate governance in many African nations. It has been emphasized that government agencies and independent regulators in charge of inspecting closely on state-owned entities' boards are still not doing so. The public sector shouldn't be excluded from the rules of corporate governance. According to Nevada and Odeku and Chuse, when public employees are made accountable for the department's operation, governance in the public sector will improve. It is proposed that departments establish a reporting system to aid in effective governance within its environment. As a result, employees of the government will be prevented from utilizing their position for personal benefit, typical financial gain. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zwane, for your wonderful presentation. Yeah. Okay, I see, sorry, 5 minutes, so strictly 3 and short. Let me start with Prof. He has never asked a question. Oh yeah. The three colleagues have never asked questions. So
Thank you, Chair. Quick one is to the young scholar. In your title, you have used legal evaluation. Is there another evaluation you would have used and you opted for a legal evaluation? That's one. And two, nowhere do you mention in your write-up about the role of a shareholder compact in the governance arrangement or throughout your evaluation. So if, three, you have used the term effectiveness in terms of your findings, and where did you leave the other E's that come, which is efficiency, economy, and all that? In your evaluation, you are focused more on effectiveness. But even when you talk of effectiveness, I would like to see it in the context of what did the shareholder agree with the board in the shareholder compact, and what's the role of that tool in enhancing this particular governance? You are silent on that.
Prof, just transfer the mic here at the back, then it'll count to Prof. Sachauke. Okay? I'm sure you
Hi. I just have one question for you, maybe something to think about. Because I was looking at the recent Auditor General report, and they were saying that Transnet has also been exempt from disclosing or from Section 55. What is your opinion on that? Because there's a huge issue with irregular expenditure. Transnet for the past 2 years has been one of the highest contributors of irregular expenditure. So if we're exempting them, where does that leave us? Because a lot of fraudulent activity, lack of governance is actually happening and occurring within our irregular or hidden in irregular expenditure.
Thank you, Professor Chauke.
Thank you very much, and thanks for a good presentation. Maybe the first comment very shortly. One, the King 4 was actually came out on 1 November 2016, not 2010.
Yes.
Yeah, just correct that. And it became effective from 1 April 2017. Two, because King 4 is voluntary all along, it's not a must. How do you envisage legislating the King codes? Because at the moment, it's mainly only for listed entities that are required in terms of stock exchange requirements to actually comply. The rest are not necessarily forced to. I want you to get a comment on that, on how will it be legislated. What is your view on that? Thank you.
Thank you very much for the questions. Okay, let me start with the easiest, I think. Okay, my opinion on the exemption of Transnet, the partial exemption, I assume. My personal opinion is that they are hiding something, and people are afraid to be accountable. They do not want to pay for their sins or things that they've done to tarnish the name of good companies such as Transnet and Eskom. And in such, they want to declare, like I said in my paper, they want to declare unmatched or unreasonable expenditure. Somebody who would just literally be hiding the fact that he purchased something of personal use with money that was supposed to or intended to be used specifically for the company. So they want to declare that and hide that from the public. There is no transparency and they're hiding that. They are totally trying to do away with transparency. So to me, that is totally unreasonable and is unfair labor practices to everybody and to us as well. So my personal opinion is that this will leave our country in more and more economic messes. And we are not growing as a country because of such exemptions. So there should be another way in, maybe they can try using my recommendations in my paper and they be little political interference, because, you know, these state heads are making things difficult for us. There should be independence within state-owned companies. I don't know, this thing of governance being the majority shareholder is a problem. I'm not saying we should necessarily privatize, but there should be independence for us to grow in our companies, our state-owned companies. On the second questions, or the three questions of the prof, I didn't get the name. They just said the prof didn't ask a question. So my paper has been narrowed down. I limited myself to a scope, and I wanted to focus on an evaluation of corporate governance, yes, but I narrowed it down in terms of, I wanted to identify mostly the challenges that are there within the management. And it is so unfortunate that we are given a chance to present only 9 slides. In my literature review, there's a clear indication of how shareholders play a role in companies. And if I had a chance, maybe I would present everything. But I don't remember the second part. I think it was about shareholder agreement, if I'm not mistaken. Sorry? Compact. So, the what?
It is signed between the board and the executive of the minister.
On the minister and the board. So, my opinion on that is that I don't have an opinion on that. Can I leave that? Yes. I will work on it, but thank you. Thank you for the question. And then,
Thank you, Mr. Zwane. You will definitely work on that. You can even consult Prof to get the gist of the question. Yeah, we are here to improve your work. Okay? Now we are going to listen to Mapotse T.E., an honor student. Okay? Now, as Mapotse is ascending the stage, I also want to make students aware that the research that you are doing is going to assist the University of Limpopo with accreditation as well as competitiveness. And then this will ultimately attract top talent in terms of students and academic. So you are building this university. Okay.
Well, thank you very much. My name is Mapotse Ephraim. I'm currently doing honors in public administration. My topic is African perspective on the fourth industrial revolution.
perspectives are very much important. Others normally says the glass is half full or half empty, but in Africa we've got a different perspective about that. My presentation will focus on African perspective on the fourth industrial revolution, its direction, and subsequently how it makes use of it. The fourth industrial revolution, in most simplest terms, is a way of describing the blurring or an unclear boundaries between the digital, physical, and biological world. It built on the foundation laid by the previous industrial revolution of this world. I was duly motivated by the African diverse innovation, adaptation opportunities, and challenges presented by the technological advancement. I saw it very crucial to partake this study because Africa has been left behind in previous industrial revolutions to be able to benefit from it for the continent advancement. Given the increasing relevance of the fourth industrial revolution technologies in today's global understanding, how it affects African cultures, windstorms, indigenous knowledge systems, customs and practices, and most importantly, the public services in general, it is very much crucial. This study adopted the desktop approach, which resulted to the study relying heavily on the existing secondary data, existing information, data analysis, and obviously the literature review. Well, before I start with my problem statement, I want to correct Mr. Elunguni yesterday says that South Africa is lagging behind the world. It's not South Africa, it should be Africa, because we shouldn't exclude other countries because of they also lagging behind. Problem statement, but I don't blame him because he declared that he left academics long ago. That's the benefit of it. Well, my problem statement is very long. Here's just the summary of the problem statement. The African continent in various occasions found itself in the midst of the fourth industrial revolution to this revolution. Since Africa cannot track the proper usage of the previous industrial revolution to this revolution, that poses numerous challenges such as technology adoption, digital infrastructure, and skill development. Research aims, objectives, and questions. Research aims go suggest that this research aims to comprehensively examine the implication of the fourth industrial revolution in African context. Then the research objective goes suggest that it seeks to conceptualize the inevitable fourth industrial revolution in African continent. It also seeks to incorporate the digital advancement with African cultures, indigenous system, customs and practices, and most importantly, the public services. Research questions are quite simple. It says, what is the conceptualization of the fourth industrial revolution in the African context? What effect does the fourth industrial revolution has on African cultures, indigenous knowledge system, customs and practices, and public services? As we are heading to the 24th September, the Heritage Month, we will see how the fourth industrial revolution really affect the heritage or the cultural activities of this continent. I don't want to dwell deeper into that. Well, the digitization of the public services. Public services are currently being digitalized. The imminent fourth industrial revolution, which seeks to revolutionize the physical, digital, and biological world, came at a time where citizens are robustly demanding service delivery from the government. According to Schwab's argue that the introduction of modernized technologies enables governments to increase their technological powers while maintaining control over population through pervasive surveillance systems which control the digital infrastructure. Digital public services are used in countries like the one of our South Africa, such as e-services, e-billing, e-procurement, and e-services, and subsequently the e-government. This study theoretical foundation has been drawn from two theories, as clearly articulated here under. The first one is socio-evolutionary theory, which is a theory based on the perception that society slowly transforms from simple beginnings into even more complex. Workers already displaced by the technological advancements such as automation and assembly line could feel the impact of the latest technology as robots are able to move around. Using socio-evolutionary theory as its underlying perspective, this research explores the relationship between evolved behavior within the public services. Another theory that I have adopted or I have used is technological determinism, of which is a belief that technology is the principal initiator of society's transformational change. This theory goes to suggest that there is an undisputed linkage between human beings and the technological advancement and subsequently the transformational agenda. Therefore, in terms of culture, customs, and African perspective, technological innovation transfer the message to change humans and society in a way of unifying people and encouraging participation and expand the scale of the impact. My document analysis, opportunities presented by the fourth industrial revolution in African context, fighting poverty and inequality. According to Ndungu and Signi 2020, the rapid development of digital technologies has the potential to give the underprivileged access to knowledge, opportunities, and services that will raise their standard of living. That's the first opportunity. In line with that, the technological advancement like the precision agriculture and data analytics can enhance agricultural productivity in Africa. This can lead to increased food production, income for farmers, and improved food security. Another benefit is improving healthcare and human capital. As stated by Ndungu and Signi, 2018, two different documents. That one is 2020, this one is 2018. The mobile technology has, according to them, the mobile technology has become a platform for improving medical data and service delivery. About 27,000 public workers in Uganda uses mobile system called M-Track to report medicine stocks, SMS for Life program, and reduce medicine shortage in primary health care facilities by using mobile phones to track and manage stock level of malaria treatment and other essential drugs. Challenges brought by the fourth industrial revolution is that of labor challenges. According to Coleman 2016, the manufacturing industry has undergone a digital transition that has a significant impact on the society and business. All innovative innovations that fundamentally alter industrial output may threaten the level of employment creation. Automation and artificial intelligence can replace certain routine and repetitive tasks, potentially leading to job displacement in industries like manufacturing, retail, and administrative work. The last one of which is the challenge is part of the challenge is the deindustrialization in the African context. According to Bekele 2020, despite the fact that fourth industrial revolution technologies might increase industrial efficiency, deindustrialization is a tendency in Africa and other emerging nations. The technological advancement poses a noticeable decrease in the production of goods, especially in traditional manufacturing industry like automotive, steels, textiles, and electronics. Recommendations that have been presented: for African government to embrace the fourth industrial revolution without adverse consequences, this study encouraged them that they must make determined, all-encompassing effort to address their policy, infrastructure, and human capital difficulties if they are to fully realize this potential, this technological potential. The government should also establish and expand educational programs that focus on fourth industrial revolution skills, including artificial intelligence, robotics, data analytics, and cybersecurity. The government should also contribute with collaborate with industry experts to design curricula that align with emerging job needs. To address the above-mentioned challenges, it requires forward-thinking approach that prioritizes education, innovation, connectivity, and sustainability. These recommendations are not meant only for government, but also the institutions of higher learning, like, for example, the one of University of Limpopo, as it proclaims itself as a mouthpiece of finding solutions for Africa. It should actually intensify the capacity research. They should adopt people like myself biologically to engage in researches. In conclusion, these obstacles, it is important to note that various nations has attempted to implement the technologies. In certain situations, positive outcomes has been seen. This point to the potential of the fourth industrial revolution to jumpstart and sustain African development efforts. Without counter policies intervention, the deployment of the fourth industrial revolution technologies in Africa may result in social and economic disruption, including worsening of inequality, while technological advancement hold promises for leapfrogging developmental stages. Addressing critical challenges and African perspective underscores the importance of ensuring that this advancement align with the continent's adverse cultures, economics, and social needs. That is my presentation. I've come to the conclusion of my presentation. Can I get yes and no type questions? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Mabuse. The university has already adopted you. That's why you are presenting here. So don't worry about that. Okay, let us have questions. You heard the type of questions that are anticipated. We've got the hand at the back. Okay.
All right, thanks a lot, Prof. And great presentation, man. I'm really interested in new things in terms of fourth industrial revolution, governance, and all those kind of stuff in Africa. But the question is, because right now I'm writing a paper about human capital in terms of digital and all those kind of stuff. Where are we going to get these people? Are you going to train them in government who are already working there, or you're going to employ new people? We have a problem where the current people who are working in our government, they don't want to embrace fourth industrial revolution. You go to your traffic departments and all those kind of stuff, they still do not want to use digital forms. Right. We have that particular problem. Where are we going to get the human capital? Are we training? Are we hiring new people? Thanks.
Thank you for the question. Advocate is... Doctor, we'll go back to the... his hand came up.
All right, my first question is, I'll refer to South Africa. I understand you said Africa. Do you think South Africa has welcomed, remember the fourth started from the third. I mean, the fourth was built from the third. Do you think South Africa has passed that, the third one, so that we can accept the fourth one? That is my first question. The second one, are you saying we should ignore this fourth industrial revolution at all? Is it yes or no? The last one, because it's yes or no, the last one is, considering what is happening in Eastern Cape, in all province, Limpopo, I mean, where kids are crossing, I mean, some big rivers going to school, and also considered, like where I come from, there's no, I mean, laptop or computer is something new. Majority of them, they start to see a laptop when university become very generous and give it to them. And fourth industrial, we talk about issue of digitalization. Is South Africa or Africa ready for fourth industrial revolution?
Okay, Dr. Mabasa. Dr. Mabasa is the last.
Thank you. When it comes to issues of fourth industrial revolution, particularly in the South African context, I always have simple question, particularly in terms of what Mr. Natabane was trying to raise here. Again, in terms of digitalization of everything, in South Africa, I strongly believe that we are far left behind. We are still talking about fourth industrial revolution, and That ship has sailed a long time ago. We're supposed to be talking about the 5th, and we have failed on the 3rd, the 4th, and the 5th. But in your case, particularly when you talk about African perspective, I would also like to refer to South Africa, not Africa. What do you think it can take for South Africa at least to accept and embrace change that is brought by technology, particularly from lower level, maybe primary level, looking to the government activities, how the government can assist at primary level? Because in most primary, especially the government schools, when speaking of robotics, you're speaking about foreign language. They know nothing about robotics. And some, particularly the private school, like where my fellow learned advocate is coming from, deep rural area which does not have street names and no names. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, let us give Mr. Mabuza a chance.
Okay, to start with that one of human capital, I don't think South Africa it has that type of human capital, because of, if you check my study, it says South Africa is caught in the mist. It means it doesn't even know, Africa, it caught in the mist. It means it itself, it doesn't even know how it got into the 4th industrial revolution. Yes, because of there are 3 past industrial revolutions, of which they are not yet fully exhausted. Now we are struggling with the issue of load shedding. If you check, where does the load shedding fall in terms of this 3 industrial revolution? It falls here. On the 2nd of electrification. Yes, so yeah, I guess I answered the first question. And then on the next question of yes and no, it's yes. It's yes. And then, yeah, it's Dr. Mabasa. Yes. And then with Dr. Mabasa, with the one of educational capacities, I don't think South Africa also have enough capacity to can actually embrace it. We need massive and sound educational programs. But before I can go there, education also, it poses a threat in terms of languages. If you go to China now, China, there are more than 1.something billion, but they are using one language, one uniform language of which is Mandarin. But come to Africa, not South Africa, Africa, we're having 54. 50-something, 52 or 54 countries. Yes, 54. I don't want to talk about their languages. There are too many. Come to South Africa. South Africa, it has 9. Now it's 11. Now it's 12 of the, yes, now it's 12 of the sign languages. South Africa is also another story. Come to Limpopo. Here, we've got 3 languages, official languages. Yeah. Of which also they want to add of Kilobedu. It's going to be 4. So you can tell that in terms of education programs, Shem, we're not going anywhere. Let's take the program of China of dismantling these unnecessary languages and come with one uniform language that we can learn across African continent. I thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you so much for your wonderful presentation, Mr. Mabuza.
Thank you.
Keep it up. Yeah. This issue of lagging behind with technology is very concerning, because currently in News 24 there is a story about an American tourist who was robbed in Mpumalanga. Then our local police was assisted by FBI in America to locate the stolen goods. So they could not do it on their own. They had to rely on technology from FBI. So it's a bit worrying. Okay, now we have our last presenter, Lebotsa KP, master student. It's going to be an online presentation. I learn Lebotsa is having some challenges with camera, but the slides will appear. So our technician are managing that. Good afternoon, Mr. Lebotsa. Lebotsa? Are you able to hear us from your side?
Yes, I can hear you, sir. I'm trying to load the presentation now.
Come again, your volume was...
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Hello?
Yes, Kuzo,
Okay.
we can hear you. You can carry on.
Okay, thanks. Let me start by, okay, thank you, sir. Let me start by appreciating the faculty for this continued effort of supporting us to really part into research. I'll be presenting a paper on the benefits of corporate social responsibility towards community empowerment in rural mining communities, a case of South Africa. The motivation behind the empowerment initiatives, specifically in rural mining communities in South Africa, which is a natural mineral resource blessed and rich community, be subjected to a lack of development. On the introduction of the study, I will first start by outlining the purpose of our undertaking this study. The purpose of the paper is to extensively investigate the benefits of corporate social responsibility towards community empowerment in rural mining communities. Miller Health indicates that post-1994 companies were under increasing pressure to play a more active role in promoting developmental goals and to make direct contributions to education and community investment. Although till date South Africa continued to face significant socio-economic disparities even after obtaining democracy in 1994, especially in mining communities. To discuss the social and economic needs, the one icon and former president of South Africa, Nelson Mandela, stated that government cannot by itself meet the socio-economic challenges. With equal effort, the private sector, non-governmental organizations, and also ordinary people of the country must make their contribution. So we have a number of pieces of legislations which were put in place in trying to obligate, would say, mining companies to give back to communities or really develop communities that they are operating in. Then we have 28 of 2002, which in its objectives, it says that to ensure the attainment of government objectives of addressing historical social inequalities and to ensure meaningful empowerment of black persons in the mining and industry. And we also have the mining charter, which stressed too much on the black economic, the BEE, or the broad-based black economic empowerment. And also we have the King's report, the King's report from the third, the fourth, which it has like the guiding principles on how to govern, particularly like private entities. So therefore, the paper puts forward an argument that mining companies operate in rural settings are not doing enough in contributing to community empowerment using their corporate social responsibility initiatives, given this a third piece of legislations which were put in place in trying to address the socio-economic challenges. Perhaps I think I shall respond. So the concept of corporate social responsibility, as we know now, it has a long and diverse history. But it is primarily a result of the 20th century, particularly from the mid-1950s to the modern. The concept originates from the United States. The responsibility to really give back to society behind the producing of for their shareholders. I think it is also for us to trace the emergence of and define the concept within the link it to community empowerment in the South African context. Right. We do have and Peter and Peterson, which scientific we are actually yes, in May 1972, when he gave a lecture on business profits and social responsibility at the University of Cape Town. Right, on the problem statement of the paper, most mining companies extract minerals from rural communities, but then contributing to community empowerment. Henceforth, the people in rural communities in which they operate are still confronted with difficulties, including joblessness, poverty, low level of skills, poor educational standards, and economic issues. So in the fourth quarter of 2022, with the South Africa, our country, this wealth of, we sitting at an unemployment rate of 32.7%. The government projected to have unemployment rate with the help of the private sector, through the who urged the private sector to support the state's employment program through the YES program, adding that the government interventions and helping the economy to recover from the COVID-19 pandemic will not be enough to get the job done, which it is against this backdrop that the paper aims to investigate can give to or maybe contribute to community empowerment with the explosive focus rural mining communities. On the theoretical framework under the literature review, the theory that best suits the study is, or the theory that the study draws tentative grounds from is the stakeholder theory. And according to Phillips, Freeman, and Weeks, stakeholder theory is the management and ethical framework for cooperation. According to the stakeholder theory, cooperation cannot only accomplish its goals by safeguarding and harmonizing the needs of various. Theory asserts that persons whose lives are impacted by a company bear the right of to involve in management. The critical reason for the adoption of this theory is because it prioritizes the interest of the affected communities and plays in the decision-making position. In other words, theory gives all stakeholders, particularly the community affected by the campus a voice and right to involve in its management operation. On the empirical literature, I think it is also just to touch the historical context of corporate social responsibility within the mining industry in the South African context. The concept was integrated and was considered necessary to survive in the international market when the political and landscape was critical. Post-1991, socially destructive practice that era. The mining industry has become a leader in implementing corporate social responsibility and has made great contributions in other parts of the country. So, we also can take a look at the mineral and petroleum resource development in June 2002, which presents a legislative commitment to achieve equitable access to mineral and petroleum resources. It touched too much on economic empowerment. The Act obligates companies to convert their old rights under the Mineral Act to new rights under the Mineral Petroleum Resource Development Act, condition that they should have suitable PEOs within the application or operation. Then we have the types of constitutional responsibility. The first being the financial responsibility, which it speaks to the absolute financial contribution to without the help of benefiting in return, without the hope of benefiting in return. When the consumers of corporate social responsibility is a way of seeking popularity and saying business reputation. We have the professional corporate social responsibility, which refers to activities that are intended to accomplish promoting society the short-term goals of action. This type of corporate social responsibility tends to induce a more vulnerable corporate social that does with the first type of philanthropic corporate social responsibility. The third one being the value creating corporate social responsibility, and I think this one is the report, which is shifted its but however the underlying purpose or the objectives of the fourth King's report. This type of corporate responsibility initiates means of generating shared value between farmers and stakeholders by integrating customer well-being, corporate goal line, and long-term societal benefits. Then we have the norms of corporate social responsibility. And according to Andalo and Nadu and Ragba, private companies, they state private companies are expected to be trusted corporate citizens and are believed to be suppliers of corporate social responsibility initiatives that help community improvement and upliftment. Then we can also take a look at the mining corporations in our neighboring country in Botswana. The mining company have played a major role like in contributing to the educational development in the country. They have a great contribution to the employment creation within the country. It comes to it's contrary to other, because if you check most of where this mining company is taking place, is really that there are conditions that they are not up to par, what to say here. So the research utilized quantitative research method in a form of literature-based research to extensively investigate and get a better grasp of study. The justification for adopting the method was to realize an in-depth grasp of the benefit of corporate social responsibility towards community empowerment. This comprehension the subject matter in question. The research instrument, it states that given that qualitative research technique, this method to fortify the argument of the study and critique only the data collection in this paper. So it is used to which involved a desktop study to solicit the information from articles, books, journals, and all journals on corporate social responsibility and community empowerment. The data analysis, the study used the systematic access to analyze the data collected. This systematic analysis, it really helped in pinpointing and also to record patterns or trends within the themes of the collected data, and also getting into the need of the information gathered from the literature. Sorry. Only results and
Mr. Leboza,
decision.
unfortunately your time is up. We were even
From the literature.
Hello?
Sir.
Mr. Leboza, unfortunately your time is up. We were even generous enough to give you 5 more minutes.
Hello?
Okay, now just hang in there. We are going to come up with questions. We are going to take questions from the floor based on your research.
Okay.
Any questions for Mr. Leboza? Yes, where is the mic? We've got the first hand there. Any other? Okay, yeah, you can carry on, ma'am. Mr. Leboza, we have the first question for you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lepota.
My name is More. And playing with EduPark. Let me start with a small remark.
Hello.
To and when we say news, some outdated, I think it could be some of these articles or journals. That is related to.
Hello, Mr.
So
Lepota,
this
sorry.
is giving us more recent data to.
I can hear, sir.
Okay, now
I'm still here.
Okay.
Then also again on the follow-up.
Oh, okay,
You
okay.
can hear me?
Yes, sir.
My question again. My question again will be that as and when he was presenting the methodology, his research study is cited to collecting data at a secondary stage. And I'm worried, what about the primary data? Because for as far as we are talking about corporate social responsibility, it will also involve people on the ground, the communities that are affected. Isn't it also advisable on the other side to get the real data from the people? That's my question.
Okay, thank you very much. That was question number 1. Then let's take question number 2 from the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Lepota, for your presentation. And my question for you is, what is your own understanding of corporate social responsibility? Like, what is it that comes to your mind when corporate social responsibility is mentioned? And please provide us with a practical example in your attempt to answer this question. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Alwuza, you are free to respond.
Yes. The first remark on the updated answers. In my detailed paper, I used the double text referencing just because of I didn't want to overpopulate the slides. Hence, I was using the first references, but then I did use updated references. Just here, I don't want to overpopulate the slides with the references, but rather than wanted. On the second, I didn't see it fit or important to use primary data. Yes, it's imperative for one to focus on primary data, looking at the focus of the study or the nature of the study. But then the problem comes because if you check in my title, I say case of South Africa. Then it limits in of resources. I think the sampling in that case, I want to sample one concept. My result specifically focused on the primary data just to check of what former sectors that led to topic 3. But then I did the research on the subject topic. And also with the third question of say what is my own understanding of corporate responsibility, corporate responsibility investment. Maybe the colleague comes from that level or that angle of thinking today, but then the past evolving or changing. But then one gets to ask, why are they changing as the last step is the responsibility to investment. I think there's that challenging is just the behind it needs to be such then. So to me, corporate social responsibility actually means it's a practice whereby communities are giving or contributing to the social development within a community or area of where they are operating. That's my understanding. But I think that
Okay, thank you very much for your response, Mr. Lobota. I think we are done. Let me hand over to Prof. Samokwena as the program director. Thank you so much, Prof.
Well, thank you very much, Professor Mongale. You will be thanked accordingly at the end of the program. Just housekeeping matters now. According to my cheapest watch, it's 23 minutes past 1. And if we could take the lunch break and come back here, be seated at 2:15. At 2:15, I will still, applaud myself, and Prof. Madache is here. We seems to be doing well with time, Prof. And thanks so much that you could still be with us, as well as Advocate and Ntate Rachidi. So lunch is going to be served at the Lapa next to the swimming pool, where we enjoyed lunch yesterday. Enjoy your lunch. Thank you. The session chair is going to indicate them. Thank you for your cooperations. You deserve a bell. What did I say? You deserve a round of applause. I now call upon the session chair, Professor T. Matsivandila, to take over from here. Thank you. Enjoy, Prof.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Prof, for directing the program. My name is Tanyani Madzibandira. I'm working at TGSL as a professor for development planning and management. I would like to acknowledge the people who have organized this session. I think it's important not only to sort of give platform to those who are engaged in research in different levels, but also to build the future in terms of those who will be responsible for knowledge generation going forward. So I think this is important. The chair in the morning highlighted something which was important, which I think maybe I need to re-emphasize, that those who are going to present and those who have presented, I think you need to be proud of yourself in that the research that you are going to, or that you are doing, is your own research. The methodology that you sort of develop is your own methodologies in terms of the research that you are doing. So it's important that you should own that research, in a sense that you need to develop skills towards being disciplined in your reading, in your assessing of literature, in your understanding of the methods, because at the end of the day, it's your study. Your supervisor is there to sort of guide you, but at the end of the day, the name that appears first on the document is yours. So you need to be sure of what you are doing, that you put discipline and emphasis, so that in future, when you look back, you don't say, this doesn't look like my work, because you would have been developed by then. So it starts now, but you need to be proud of yourself to start with this journey, and don't be intimidated, by some of the questions that that you get. I mean, the people who are asking have been asked before. Some are just retaliating and all that. Okay. Okay, thank you. I think we're going to start. In terms of the program, we're supposed to have, let me see, how many presentations? So it was supposed to be 3 after tea break, and then 5 before tea break. But it seems like we're struggling with the online presenters. The second one on the program is not there at all, so you can remove that one. And then Matebula, which is the last one, we're still trying to get hold of this person. We're not sure whether they will still present or not. So the first presenter who's going to present is Mahato MM, who's a master's student. And then that will be followed by Maile RP, who's an honor student. Mapokane R, master student, will present after that. And then we'll have Mutsui RR, who's also an honor student. Makolo M, honor student. Mulewa Z, doctoral student, and then that will be the last if we don't get hold of Matebul. Without wasting any time, Mahado. Is Mahado ready? Mahado will be presenting on the debt overhang paradox and public investment on economic growth in indebted countries, the Southern African Development Community Comparative Debt Level Analysis. That's a very long, but I guess you know why it's long. You can come forward and start presenting. We can clap for her.
Can I have it down here? Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, Isha. Good afternoon. Standing before you is Makatu Monica, a Master of Commerce in Economics student, and today I'll be presenting to you regarding the topic, Debt Overhang Paradox and Public Investment on Economic Growth in Indebted Countries. This is a Southern African Development Community comparative debt analysis. The motivation for my study follows the realization of external borrowing dependency for most African countries. Thus, I became intrigued as to how these countries are able to manage and maintain their debt levels. And furthermore, how is the borrowing and servicing cost affecting the growth rate, such that the countries mostly dependent on borrowing have a rapid decline in their economic development and their state of economic advancement is deteriorating. Therefore, how can this issue of external debt in African countries, and in my case, in selected SADC countries, be dealt with, and in which manner can it be maintained? Evenly, how deep is the damage made, and how can we recover from it through public investment platforms and sustaining our servicing cost abilities? The introduction and background have revealed that a multitude of highly indebted poor countries, known as the HIPC, have in the past accepted debt relief controlled by the HIPC and intensified HIPC initiatives. And from these initiatives, highly indebted countries were able to source finance which were aimed to relieve debt and overall eliminate debt overhead. The dependency on the initiative has done more harm than good, as macroeconomic factors such as public investment were affected by the outcomes of debt overhang, which has led to an establishment in implicit tax on investment. Therefore, different views and arguments were presented by researchers, which has occasionally confused the readers. Hence, this study is aimed to contribute to literature by analyzing the relationship between external debt and public investment and their impact on economic growth in the SADC region. This follows the ever-increasing level of unemployment, price instability, and inequality in the SADC region, reflecting rapid declines in economic growth and inefficiency. We have our literature review. Theoretical framework. Theoretically, this study focuses on three theories. We have the neoclassical growth theory, the debt overhang theory, and the Joa gap theory. The neoclassical theory focuses on a scenario where technology and capital are assumed as factors necessary to achieve economic growth. The debt overhang theory places an emphasis on external debt and its impact on economic growth. And lastly, the Joa gap theory, which emphasizes the fact that investment and borrowing are imperative to supplement domestic saving and thus boost economic growth. We have our empirical literature. The empirical literature reviewed in the study is for debt overhang paradox and public investment on economic growth. This literature has drawn inspiration from a paper by Situlu in 2012. The literature reviewed has revealed that the accumulation of debt in less indebted countries has been given less attention, and the issue has been a growing concern, given a significant threat that is likely to disrupt macroeconomic stability, private sector lending, government budgets, and overall productivity capabilities. We also have literature aligned with Digimu 2018, Beno and Stefano 2021, Karisu and Ada 2018, and Shipila 2019, which reviewed the impact of external debt on economic growth. Mohammed and Shahid 2012 provided literature concerning debt overhang and its detrimental effect on economic growth. As for AHAD 2021 and for NIA 2016, literature regarding public investment relation and impact on economic growth was thoroughly discussed. The paper utilizes secondary annual data from 2004 to 2020. The data was retrieved from the World Bank data warehouse. 9 out of the 16 SADC region countries were focused on throughout the study, namely Angola, Botswana, Madagascar, Mauritius, Mozambique, South Africa, Tanzania, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. These countries were selected to enable effective comparison between highly indebted countries and less indebted countries. Evenly, 4 variables were used to run econometric modeling, namely GDP, which is a measure of economic growth, and this was modeled as a function of external debt, debt service cost, and public investment. As for econometric modeling, it included tests such as the unit root test, followed by the Kauko integration test, and then the panel vector error correction model. Unlike standard regression, panel data regression follows specific estimation techniques. Here we have our results, our empirical results and discussion. The study has a variety of tests. We have our empirical results and discussion. Okay. We have our empirical results in discussion. The study has a variety of tests which were used to discuss and address the study objectives. For the unit root test results and the co-integration test results, the results could not be presented in a table form given the space limitation on the slides, though the results are fully presented in the submitted article. For the unit root test results, the tests were presented using the iron pressuring test, iron pressuring and Shin test, the Fisher argumentative Gifila test, the Fisher-Philip-Perron test, and the Levin and Chun test. The result indicated that in both the highly indebted countries and the less indebted countries, there is a presence of unit root after first differencing. That is, all the variables had a unit root after first differencing. Therefore, we reject the null hypothesis that there is no unit root. The results of stationarity after first differencing yielded to my decision to use the panel vector error correction model instead of the ARDL, given that the ARDL is used when unit root is found at level. Therefore, we have our co-integration test. Before estimating a short or long-run estimate, a co-integration relationship has to be confirmed. From the co-integration results in my study, I used the Kauko integration test, which indicated that there exists a long-run core movement in the model. That is, co-integration exists at 5% level of significance. Following the establishment of co-integration among the variables, the panel VECM is used to determine the long-run and short-run estimate in the model and the speed of adjustment. In the model, we have Table 1, which presents the panel vector error correction model results, and Table 2, which presents the impulse response function results. From table 1, we have the long run and short run results for highly indebted countries on our left side and for the less indebted countries on our right side. From the results, let's place our focus on the coefficient which presents the relationship the variables have with economic growth, and the probability value denoted by p-value, which indicate the significance of the impact of the results on economic growth. Comparing the two regions of the highly indebted and the less indebted countries. In highly indebted countries, we have a positive there exists a positive long-run relationship between external debt and economic growth. This can be due to the financing that highly indebted countries have sourced, as mentioned in my introduction, from the HIPC initiative, which the initiative gave out the funds to relieve the debt. Although debt service costs and public investment show a negative relationship with economic growth, the relationship is insignificant, has an insignificant impact with debt service costs and a significant impact with public investment. A negative and insignificant relationship with debt service costs indicate that in highly indebted countries, revenue generated by the economy is unable to finance or repay their debt obligation. That is, highly indebted countries have to acquire additional resources to finance their debt. Most of the time, finances are sourced from funds meant for public investment. Though the relationship seems insignificant, meaning that it does not have much effect on economic growth, it does have an impact on public investment, given that our public investment shows a negative relationship. This is because the misallocated funds meant for public investment have been placed into servicing our debts. Therefore, it shows that in highly indebted countries, there is public revenue or capital that exceeds the economy's specified threshold, and this overall present a burden on public spending, public infrastructure spending, and in the long run, economic growth declines. Now we go to our less indebted countries. In the less indebted countries, there exists a positive long-run relationship between external debt, public investment, and economic growth. The relationship is therefore insignificant with external debt, which can be related to the selected countries. The selected countries need to borrow externally. That is, it does not have much effect on the countries, given that countries such as Botswana and South Africa do borrow externally, but they do not rely on external borrowing as their main source of revenue. As for public infrastructure, as for public investment, the presented relationship shows that in highly indebted countries, government investment in public infrastructure, here I'll say it in the case of South Africa, which has mainly placed their project in the municipal sector, has created jobs, and overall it has enhanced economic growth in the long run. The computed short-run results show that in highly indebted countries, both external debt and debt service costs have a negative and insignificant relationship on economic growth, whereas public investment indicates a positive and significant relationship. In less indebted countries, external debt and public investment negatively affect economic growth, with debt service costs indicating a positive impact on economic growth. That is, less indebted countries are able to service or rather finance their external borrowing in the short run, which has yielded a 2% increase in economic growth. For both the highly indebted and the less indebted countries, the computed short-run result had the error correction term, and it was realized to be negative. This means that the models are bound to return or bound to converge to equilibrium. Now going to table 2 for my impulse response function results. The results presented in this table indicate the dynamic response of GDP to shocks in external debt, debt service costs, and public investment. in the selected highly indebted and less indebted countries in the SADC region. The response of GDP to itself for the 10-year period in study, it was found to be positive in both the less indebted and highly indebted countries. This indicates that any changes or enhancement in GDP will yield or result in a positive response by GDP. Although GDP responded negatively to external debt throughout the 10-year period in study in both the less indebted and highly indebted countries. This meant that any changes in external debt will negatively affect GDP in both the regions. As for the response of GDP to the debt service cost and public investment, it was found to be positive throughout most of the 10-year period in study, although for the first 2-year period in the less indebted countries, it was found to be negative, given that this shows that during that period, any changes in public investment yielded a negative response in GDP. We have our concluding remarks. Though a positive relationship has been realized, economic growth in the SADC region has remained weak, where socioeconomic challenges such as unemployment, price instability, and inequality are at the peak of economic challenges, requiring a solution to ease the burden of government spending. The inability to finance these challenges can be realized from the negative relationship economic growth has with debt service cost, which was excessively high for the less indebted countries. Due to the high level of external debt and inability to service it thereof, it is recommended that the countries opt for a different form of generating revenue aside from external borrowing. Therefore, it is advisable that the countries work on policies and measures necessary to handle their debt rates and their servicing costs thereafter. Policies inclusive of investment in public infrastructure development have proven to be effective in generating revenue, although in recent years its ability has diminished, as most governments do not prioritize the maintenance and sustenance of their developed infrastructure, thus their ability to function effectively has declined. Even so, public investment can be considered as a way out of the borrowing dependency era, especially investment in infrastructure, given that when effectively carried out, enables economic growth, and there is a decline in the dependency on external borrowing. Though I would like to highlight that the impact of investment in public infrastructure on economic growth is mainly dependent on how infrastructure projects are financed. Thank you.
Thank you. My observation was that that's how she presented. You thought maybe she was struggling and all. That's how she present, because we don't present the same way. So I saw Prof already was saying time. I think Prof was saying let's release her from her misery. But that's how she presented, I'm assuming. And she presented well. We can give her a round of applause again. We're going to have only 3 questions. And then she will be able to respond. It can be recommendations, it can be comments, and don't be afraid to ask her questions because of, as I said, I'm assuming that's how she presented. Of course, you will want to know how she can improve her research. So can we have 3 questions, comments, inputs, suggestions? We have 1 there. Any other? That's the only one. Okay, let's hear from you.
Hi, Mahat. Thanks for your presentation. So, and now it's both, let me just say it's a comment actually. So I'm not quite sure if the structuring of a research title or the topic in public administration is the same or it differs from that of commerce, because now when I was doing honors, the previous year, Prof. Sibola taught us that a suitable research topic must be 15 words at max. So I see yours is as far as 21 words. So I'm not sure if the structuring differs, but if it doesn't differ, is it possible for you to at least narrow it down, just make it short and concise? Thanks.
It's not possible to narrow it down.
Okay, do we have any other question? I think Sadek took the large part, which can just be one word. So he took the large part of the. So maybe that's why she's saying that. Any other question? Other than that, thank you for your presentation. Okay, so we're going to move swiftly to our second presentation. I'm informed that the presenter online, Matebula, would like to present now because of scheduled load shedding, which might interfere when her time comes. So we're going to have Matebula. 15 minutes is what we are giving her or him. I don't know if it's him or her. Going to present on can trade openness, tariffs, and exchange rates address the inequality problem in SADC? That is the topic. Matebula, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, you may start your presentation. You have 15 minutes.
Okay. Before I start, hi everyone. Prudence Matebula, as they've already said my name. It is a great honor to present my research today to everyone. So let me just switch off my camera and take you through what I went through for the past few months. Let me share my slides. I'll be done quickly. Okay. So my research title is Analysis of Trade Openness, Tariffs, and Real Exchange Rates in Addressing Inequality Problem within Southern African Development Community, SADC. So as I've already said my name, I won't say it again, but I'm currently in my second year of pursuing a Master of Commerce in Economics with the School of Economics and Management. So motivation for studying the impact of trade openness, tariffs, and real exchange rates on addressing inequality within SADC arises from the urgent need to comprehend the economic dynamics influencing this region. So to those who do not know, income inequality is the uneven distribution of income among individuals, groups, or countries. So as you can see from the second shape, the gold one, the study objectives are as follows. So the first three objectives of the study focuses on establishing the relationships between trade openness, tariffs, and real exchange rates, and also inequality. And the last objective is to determine the causal links among inequality, trade openness, tariffs, and real exchange rates. By delving into the interplay between trade policies, this research aims to reveal how these factors or variables contribute to alleviate inequality. The study also aims to provide novel insights into leveraging the African continental free trade area. I'll take you through it along my presentation, and related policies to diminish inequality in SADC. This will involve exploring the underexplored tariff variables. Furthermore, as economic integration and globalization continue to shape SADC region, a comprehensive study of these elements can offer valuable guidance to policymakers in devising strategies that foster more inclusive growth and diminish disparities among member states. In recent years, SADC has grappled with persistent challenges in reducing income inequality owing to factors such as substantial informal sectors, migration, and also exacerbating effects of the international COVID-19 pandemic worsened this crisis. As you can see from the picture on the top right corner, this shows that some people are getting more money while others are getting less. You can see that others are just sharing few coins. So on the bottom right corner, the graph presents the current state of the income inequality in SADC countries from the highest to the lowest. There are 16 countries in total. 7 of these countries' income inequality is above 50%, with South Africa being the most unequal country with 63% of Gini coefficient, followed by Namibia with 59%, and also Zambia with 57% of Gini. These 3 countries are the most unequal countries worldwide. And then lastly, we also have Mauritius, which has the lowest inequality within SADC with 37%. It is still high, but according to other countries in SADC, this is the lowest that they have. Introduction and background. Over the past 3 decades, trade reforms have led to faster economic growth in developing countries, resulting in reduced income disparity and global inequality. However, while trade integration has improved living standards for many emerging countries, it has also contributed to income inequality within nations. This can be explained by the fact that income for higher earners increased significantly while remaining stagnant for low earners group. The study focuses on selected 9 SADC countries, namely Angola, Botswana, DRC, Madagascar, Mozambique, Namibia, South Africa, Swaziland, and also Tanzania. These countries have been selected due to their higher levels of inequality and availability of data. So to address inequality in Africa as a whole, the African Continental Free Trade Area was introduced as a policy measure launched on January 1st, 2021. It is the largest trade agreement in terms of it is the largest trade agreement in terms of the participating nations. It is signed by 54 countries in total currently. The policy aims to remove tariffs in African countries, implying that African countries will be one market, giving access to formal and also informal businesses to import and export without being charged extra fees. The informal businesses will in turn generate more profit and as a result may register their businesses and become formal. Formal businesses are obliged to the Minimum Wage Act, hence promoting equality in certain countries. Literature review. The following theories were used to explain the effects of exports, imports, tariffs, and exchange rates on inequality. The first theory is the Lorentz curve. This was introduced by Max O. Lorentz in 1905 as a measure of income inequality. It is a visual tool that shows how income or wealth is distributed among a population. It compares the actual distribution with a hypothetical equal distribution. The second theory is the Heckscher-Ohlin theory. This was established by Eli Heckscher and Bertil Ohlin in 1930 to account for trade and income inequality. It is a model of international trade that explains how countries export and import goods based on their relative factor endowments, such as land, labor, and capital. The third one is the Ricardian model of trade. This was introduced by David Ricardo in 1817. It focuses on the comparative advantage and explains gains from trade between nations. Free trade increases real wages of workers in both countries by allowing them to consume more goods at lower prices. And lastly, we have the purchasing power parity theory. This was established by Gustav Cassel, a Swedish economist, in 1918 to explain the connection between real exchange rates and income inequality. The triple P theory explains income inequality and real exchange rates by showing how the same amount of money or currency can have different purchasing power in different countries, depending on the cost of living and also the inflation rate. In empirical literature, several studies have examined the relationship between these variables. We have Bali and Revel in 2021 and other authors. These found that trade openness increases income inequality. Haid and Lab 2020 found that tariff reduction initially increase income inequality, but have a negative long-term effect. In terms of the real exchange rate, Ferrier and Leon Ledesma indicated a positive relationship between income inequality and the real exchange rate in Latin American countries. And then we also have Bogman and Glue et al. 2021, who found that income inequality greater causes trade openness in developed countries, while trade openness greater causes income inequality in developing countries. Research methodology. The study used secondary annual data collected from the World Bank database and Federal Reserve Bank offset loss data bank. The study focuses on panel data because it offers more information, variability, and efficiency compared to pure time series and cross-sectional data. So the study regression model is as follows. We have the panel Gini, which is equal to the beta naught. Beta naught denotes constant. We have beta 1 to beta 4, which are the coefficients of the variables, and then the export and import denotes the trade openness. Tariffs is the tariff rate and the exchange rates, and we also have the error term. The error term is incorporated into the equation to account for extra variables that might have impact on how well the selected variables relate to one another. So to address the first three objectives, the study employs the panel ARDL approach involving steps such as unit root test to check the order of integration, leg length criteria determination, and point aggression analysis. The study also employed the differential causality test to determine the causal connection among the variables. And lastly, the diagnostic and stability testing to determine if the model is correctly specified. Result and discussion. The findings were derived from the EViews 12 software. The rationale for employing the panel ARDL technique arose from the disparate orders of integration observed when comparing the levels and phase differences. So table 1 here present long and short run estimation to address the first three objectives of the study. The long run indicates significant positive relationship between exports and income inequality at a 1% significance level, suggesting that 1% export increases ceteris paribus, meaning holding other things constant, leads to a 0.105% rise in income inequality. This aligns with previous research and extra oiling theory indicating that export worsens inequality because of resource abundance. Therefore, the current basket does not improve income inequality. Conversely, imports exhibit a negative and significant relationship with income inequality, with a 1% rise, ceteris paribus linked to 0.78 inequality reduction. It's also in line with previous studies and extra oiling. The analysis also shows a significant positive relationship between tariffs and real exchange rates and inequality, suggesting that a 1% increase in tariff and real exchange rates, ceteris paribus, leads to 0.002 and 0.48% increase respectively in income inequality. These findings align with previous research. Tariff rates align with the Ricardian model, and the RER aligns with the triple P theory. These findings emphasize the importance of trade openness in the SADC region, particularly in light with the AFCFTA, with policy implications for tariff and exchange rates on inequality reduction. We also have the ECM, which is statistically significant at 5% and negative as would have been expected if a model is adequately modeled and specified. According to the rate of adjustment, 36.6% of the disequilibrium from the prior is likely to be brought into the long-term equilibrium in the next year. The results confirm that there is full convergence processes that will take place in a few years to reach the stable path of equilibrium, implying that the correction process is moderately adjusting in the Gini coefficient. And then we also have table 2, which present the Granger causality to address the last objective. The results reveal a significant bidirectional causal relationship between the Gini coefficient and exports, as well as between the Gini coefficient and the real exchange rate, and unidirectional causal relationship from real exchange rate to the Gini coefficient. So based on the residual cross-section dependency, the result presented by the table on the left, which aims to detect whether there is any correlation between the errors of the regression model, it can be concluded that there is violation of cross-sectional dependency, the violation of cross-sectional dependency has been corrected, and hence the model against the data was adopted without any concerns about the cross-section dependency. And then the graph shown on the right side displays the polynomial graph of inverse AR characteristics, which is used to assess the reliability and stability of the model. The graph indicates that the model is stable since all the data points fall within the unit cycle and they are close to zero, meaning that there is autocorrelation in the data. Conclusion and recommendation. The positive association between exports and inequality suggests that while exporting industries may generate substantial profit, the benefits might not be equitably distributed among different segments of society. Hence, the export basket needs to be improved. So, as much as the Hector Oiling theory advocates that those nations which have raw resources and also labor-intensive should export those commodities, and capital-intensive resources and capital-intensive resources, and those ones with exports should export those capital-intensive products, actually might be impeding on the income inequality outlook for certain countries. For example, one historical learning we can draw from is that of Marikana, where labor unions fought for mine workers. Mining is one of the labor-intensive sectors or industries. So as much as we are labor-intensive, it does not mean, from that case, it does not mean that income is spread accordingly to workers. Subsequently, income increase were due to negotiations rather than industries themselves acting to support income inequality. Perhaps as much as we have resources, it is also important to link into aspects of what type of exports we produce. Conversely, the negative relationship between import and inequality underscores the potential of import-led growth and benefit a broader spectrum of the population. Moreover, the positive links between the tariff and inequality as well as real exchange rates imply that policy adjustment in these areas should be approached with caution. Nevertheless, the overall empirical evidence underscores the potential of trade-related measures in influencing income inequality dynamics. So, recommendations based on the empirical findings. The region should prioritize the promotion of trade openness and regional integration as a central policy strategy, leveraging the opportunities presented by the AFCFTA. SADC can work towards reducing trade barriers, facilitating cross-border trade, and fostering economic cooperation among member countries. The Hector Oiling theory needs to be understood. SADC may be exporting raw resources at a cheaper price. There should be a revision of what we export to the international market. This endeavor should be complemented by the harmonization of tariff regimes and the establishment of fair trade practices, ensuring that all economies have equal access to markets and resources. Additionally, managing raw exchange rate judicially can enhance export competitiveness and attract foreign investment, which are essential factors in reducing income inequality and promoting inclusive economic growth. By adopting these multifaceted strategies, SADC can create an environment conducive of equitable economic development and upliftment across the region. That's my story. I thank you. Apologies for that. Okay.
Qualitative research. And we will always, he will say, no, without numbers, research is nothing. I'll say without words, research is nothing. So at least we find a way to collaborate. He will bring numbers, I will bring the, policy implications and all that. Okay, any questions? I see a hand at the back, I see another hand. So we have two hands. Can you start and then we'll go to the next one.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the lovely presentation. I think you were spot on. I've seen your model, I've seen your your analysis.
Sorry, I can't hear the person who's talking.
Can you hear me now?
It's just better.
Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Technicians, am I?
Can you hear? Can you hear now?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now.
All right. I was saying that was a wonderful presentation. Congratulations on that. Good, short and sweet story. I don't know if it's a question or a comment. What conceptual theoretical framework have you framed that study in? Because I see it's a very novel study. So I just wanted to get clarity on that. Thank you.
Okay, let's have the second question and then you can respond.
Afternoon, colleagues. Prudence, I hope, Wanitwa. South Africa and Namibia are members of SACU, of which is the South African Costume Unions, of which they fall under SADC, a costume-free area. However, based on the results released by SACU in 2021, they indicated that South Africa tend to benefit a lot from these costumes. Don't you think that customs, I mean to say, yes.
Yeah. Costumes, yeah.
I didn't hear the last part of the question.
Okay.
Okay, can you ask your question?
Yes, I wanted to clarify. Okay, don't you think that when we open up these major countries in terms of development, the likes of South Africa are going to also continue to benefit more as compared to the rest, and that will still deepen the inequality? Thank you.
Matebula, you can answer. You have two questions. Can you respond
Okay.
briefly?
I didn't get well the first one, but I can answer the second one.
The first one was about
So-
theories, the theories that you have
Okay.
consulted.
So are they right or they have question on my theories?
Which theories did you?
I have 4 theories, the Lorentz curve.
Oh, yes.
I also have the Hexpa oiling theory. Those are my theories, and the Ricardian model and purchasing power parity.
Okay, no, it's fine. You can answer the second question.
Okay, so here's the thing. Let me just answer it in a general way. As South Africans, we are
I think in the meantime, just connect this one. I think let's allow this one to present. We'll try to connect after. But we have to connect everyone else who's outside. Yeah. we'll connect as we go. Otherwise. Okay, so in terms of connection, we're not winning. It's frozen. It doesn't want to connect anything. But I think in the meantime, we'll continue so that we don't waste time. And then we'll try to connect as we go.
Friday.
It must be 9.
Yeah, it must be 9.
Okay.
What is the issue now?
The issue is the slides. It's not the slides, the final submission.
Oh, okay. Do you have the final submission?
Yes, I do have it.
Do you have it in a USB or somewhere? Or they're opening it from the other side?
Maybe. Because I sent it on Friday, the last submission.
How is it?
Can I have water in the meantime?
Yeah.
Is this one? J10, isn't it?
Yeah, this is the right one.
Okay. We're continuing. You have 15 minutes. Just relax.
Yeah. Greetings, everyone. My name is Mailera Khadi Promise, and I am an BCom Honors in Economics student at the University of Limpopo under the supervision of Dr. Malele. It is a great honor to be standing in front of you today to present my study, The Causal Nexus Between Economic Complexity, Investment, and Human Capital in South Africa. Over the years, we have seen economies change from the traditional economies to the more industrialized ones. Economic complexity is a development indicator that measures a country's productive knowledge, reflecting it through the country's export basket on how sophisticated it is. So with that being said, economic complexity provides greater understanding to the differences in development among countries by extending beyond traditional measures of economic development and focusing on the level of productive knowledge and sophistication of a country's export basket. In November 2022, South Africa had the export to the value of 164 billion, with raw materials such as platinum, diamonds, and gold being the top exports. This is saying something to us. I will explain later on. It is the 54th most complex economy according to the Economic Complexity Index. Economic complexity is about a network of industries. Thus, it is understood that there is a need to be consideration of the relationship in which products have with one another. As some of the speakers have highlighted, that the fourth industrial revolution the development of artificial intelligence, robotics, threatened employment opportunities. There are concerns around building economic complexity. So one of the scholars who studied the phenomenon economic complexity, which is borrowed in 2019, advised that economic complexity can be built without necessarily foregoing employment opportunities by choosing products and industries cautiously. It then became an essential undertaking to investigate the association of the likes of foreign direct investment, which I will be referring to as FDI, investment in information, communication, and technology infrastructure, which I will be referring to as investment in ICT, and human capital, can be a catalyst for structural change or economic complexity from export's view. South Africa has been exposed to many economic problems such as high unemployment, slow growth, low levels of investment, and inequality and poverty. The cost of electricity has gone up, and one of the things that I'm going to say, which is very obvious, there are power shortages, like there are power cuts, the load shedding, and it has since gotten worse from 2021 to 2023, as we have seen the extended stages of load shedding. South Africa recorded a 64% increase in FDI inflows in 2021. However, this percentage could not be maintained. And a study by Research ICT Africa in 2017 showed that although South Africa had the most internet users compared to other countries, half of the population was still online. And now the stat has dropped to 28%. The school attendance of low-income households was very low compared to those from high-income households. And the secondary school attendance of the youth between the ages of 18 and 24 was higher for those with lower income in 2021. That was a study by the Stats SA. The study relates three economic theories. The first one being the technological gap theory, which suggests that if we had sufficient technology and knowledge, there wouldn't be such differences among economies. The second economic theory that is related is the human capital theory, which states that growth can be achieved through an educated nation. And the last one is the endogenous growth theory, which says that a country's growth comes from its internal factors. There are quite a number of studies that have studied the same relationships as me. And the first three studies studied the relationship between foreign direct investment and economic complexity. The first study by Osinubi and Ajite 2022 found that foreign direct investment had a negative impact on economic complexity. And the remaining two, the one by Sorensen, BB 2020, and the one by Ngwede and Kelly 2022, found that foreign direct investment had a positive impact on economic complexity. The study by Kett and the one by Hosman studied the relationship between education and economic complexity, and they all found that education had a positive impact on economic complexity. The one by Ballant and Rigby 2017 studied the relationship between ICT, investment in ICT, and found that it had a positive impact on economic complexity, and so did the one by Ombe 2022. Research methodology. The study makes use of secondary yearly data from the period 1994 to 2021. Data for ACI was obtained from the Observatory of Economic Complexity, and data for the independent variables, foreign direct investment, gross fixed capital formation, which is a proxy for investment in ICT, were obtained from the South African Reserve Bank. And data for independent variable human capital, which is proxied by secondary school enrollment, was obtained from the World Bank. For empirical tests, the study will make the study makes use of the Econometrics EViews 12 package. And I have to make a disclaimer that some of the tests that I will be mentioning here are not on the slides because of space, but they are available on request. And another and another issue is that the abstract will not, the short run and long run relationship on the abstract will not correspond with what I'm about to say, and that was a mistake, and I apologize for that. This study employs annual time series data from 1994 to 2021, and the general functional form of the model is specified below. ECI, which is Economic Complexity Index, is a function of FDI, ICT, and human capital. Two variables from the model were logarized through the introduction of logarithm, hence log ICT and log human capital. ICT was logged because it is in monetary value, and human capital was logged because the percentages are extremely high. Hence, the equation ECI is equal to AT plus beta 1, FDI, beta 2, LICT, beta 3, L human capital, plus the error term, which represent all the other variables that may contribute to economic complexity, which were omitted in this model. Then the betas are the coefficients of our variables. So, because the study follows the econometrics procedure, the first stationarity tests were performed, and it found that all of our variables were stationary at first different using the augmented Dirichlet, but however, one of our variables was stationary at level using the Phillips-Perron, which is our ICT. Hence, we have chosen the ARDL approach. And the bounds test was performed, and the F statistic was greater than the upper and the lower bounds critical values, showing that there is a long-run relationship amongst our variables, hence it led to this result. Foreign direct investment in the long run has a negative impact on economic complexity, which goes against economic theory, as we expect that foreign direct investment brings in technology transfers, it brings in skills, new knowledge from other countries, but then in this case, it had a negative impact. But it is in line with the first study that I mentioned in the literature review, the one by Osinobi, 2022, which stated that the type of FDI inflows that a country receives determines the relationship it has with the economic complexity. This means that we are receiving foreign direct investment of low technology, or the investment goes to primary sectors. ICT and human capital in the long run both had a positive relationship with economic complexity, which is expected and is in line with economic theory. The co-integration value shows that the model will converge back to equilibrium at a 35% rate. The short-run relationship, FDI still had a negative impact on economic complexity. ICT and human capital still had a positive relationship on economic complexity, and they were all significant. Okay, so sorry for skipping this slide. It's just a summary of what I was saying. Here are the Granger causality results. The Granger causality shows a bidirectional Granger causality between foreign direct investment and economic complexity. This means that foreign direct investment does affect economic complexity, and economic complexity does also affect foreign direct investment. And a unidirectional causality from investment in ICT to economic complexity and human capital to economic complexity, showing that our variables, investment in ICT and human capital does affect economic complexity. However, economic complexity does not affect them. Conclusion. Economic complexity is an important indicator of the development by examining the export basket of a country, which drives economic growth. It is evident that a diverse and complex economy can be achieved through an educated society, and investment in ICT, as proven in the study, can boost the complex productive economy in the long run. South Africa, with its abundance of natural resources and human capital, could further develop its economic complexity to unlock new growth prospects. I would like to draw my recommendations from what the President has said on the remarks in the BRICS summit, that the African leaders said something along the lines of investors of choice are those that will invest in the continent and process the minerals flows to source. Meaning that the government needs to put in place policies that will encourage investors to contribute to the complexity of the country and not only invest in natural resources, but also invest in other sectors such as developing the skills of workers and also processing the minerals in the country, which will be beneficial for the country. It is recommended, okay, yeah, I made it this way. Okay, another one is that we need lower administrative barriers to business entry and operation, meaning that it should be easier for people to start a business. People who have the brains must have all the resources to put those ideas into reality. And such can be achieved through granting access to credit for new businesses and incentives from the government. Thank you. That is my presentation.
Thank you for the presentation. I think she was on time, isn't it? She was on time. Let's not waste any time. Can we have 3 questions? Okay, I see one from the back. Any other question? There's one here. Any other? And then there's one there. I'll see if I'll take the last one at the back. But let's have 3 and then we'll take it from there. Let's just be, swift. Straight to the point. No summaries, no, abstracts and all that.
Introductions. Thank you very much. Mine is a comment and a word of encouragement. That was a very good presentation. For somebody who's doing an honors, I commend you and I commend your supervisor, because even the way you have concluded your study, they have left a gap for you to take it further. Please add more data. Please take it further. Don't stop here. Thank you.
Yeah, let's just start there at the back. Let's give the gentleman a chance.
Thank you very much for the good presentation. I can see that you were dealing with time series data. What is also important there was to indicate that the speed of adjustment was negative and significant, and this assures that your model will actually converge to an equilibrium. Maybe I didn't hear that, but it seems I didn't hear you emphasizing on that point. And the other thing is that usually on your results, it was very good for you to theorize on the result of FDI. You compared your FDI results with other studies. It is also commendable that you should also do the same on the results of the other variables like ICT, human capital, to say other scholars, where your findings aligned to other scholars, or were they also contradicting other scholars? I know for FDI you were saying it was in contradiction with theory, but keep it up. I think you have started at a higher note. Thank you very much.
We have 2 other quick questions. Just a question, no. Let's start there and then we'll finish here. Let's start there. Just one quick question and then we move.
All right. Thank you very much and well done indeed. The oral presentation was quite interesting. I've learned a lot. I'm not in economics, but I've learned a lot. In terms of the abstract writing, please, even supervisors, let's advise and help in terms of the sentence structuring. I read one sentence here that is about 5 lines here that has got a lot of information that can be, of course, divided into smaller sentences that can make sense to the reader. Thank you very much.
The last comment, the question. Okay.
Hi, hi Rakhadi, great presentation. So my question is with regards to investment in mining, right? So given increased automation in mining processes, what type of human capital development policies would you suggest moving forward into the future? Because a lot of like heavy duty jobs are going to be cancelled. So yeah, if you can answer that, that'd be great.
Okay, so I think it's just one question. Others were comments. Can you answer quickly?
Okay, thank you for your question. I would suggest that because you are suggesting, let me see if I understand your question properly. You are asking me what I would do in the case where the heavy duty work is being taken over by machines. Okay, I've made a statement in my introduction that economic complexity can be achieved through selecting industries carefully, meaning that we have to really analyze we have to know our country, we have to analyze the economy and see which way is best for the economy and the people in the country.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for that. We'll move swiftly to the next presentation. Mapokane R is a master's student, a dynamic causality linkage between inflation, interest rate, and growth. Okay, you have 15 minutes.
Greetings to the House at large, all protocols observed. Thank you for granting me this opportunity to discuss my... Excuse. Greetings once more. Thank you for granting me this opportunity to discuss my presentation with you. I am Rendane Mapokane, a first-year master's candidate majoring in economics, and my presentation is based on a dynamic causality linkage between inflation, interest rate, and economic growth under the supervision of Ms. Mahlangu. The motivation behind the study was to provide a better understanding in the causal relationship between inflation, interest rate, and economic growth, and to also add on the existing literature based on this topic. The relationship between inflation, interest rate, and economic growth has been one of the most crucial and most debated macroeconomic topics between policymakers and economists. One of the major macroeconomic objectives of any country is to have a sustained level of economic growth combined with low levels of inflation and a reasonable level of interest rate. Hence, the behaviors of both inflation and interest rate to a large extent affect the economic growth. Economists have diverse views about the concept of inflation. The monetarist opined that inflation is harmful to economic growth, while the socialists argue otherwise. Therefore, existing literature opined that the relationship of economic growth with inflation can either be positive or negative, as the case may be. However, interest rate is another macroeconomic growth factor. Its up and down volatility is closely related with inflation rate. Interest rates affect an economy by the imbalance in capital cost that determines the savings to investment ratio. The problem behind this study is that South Africa has been suffering from high inflation and interest rate even after several interventions by the South African Reserve Bank. An overall rise in prices over time reduces the purchasing power of consumers, since a fixed amount of money will afford progressively less consumption. Because of the high inflation, there is reduced growth in our economy because the reduced level of business investment and efficiency with which productive factors are put in use, the productivity of the business. Higher interest rate increase the cost of borrowing, reduce disposable income, and therefore limits the growth in consumer spending. The theories behind the study is the Keynesian theory by John Maynard and Keynes, which is based on the aggregate demand and supply. They believe that intervention in the economy by government through expansionary economic policies will boost investment and promote demand to reach full production. And the other theory behind this study was the neoclassical theory, which was developed by Solo and Swan. They developed a growth model that scientific innovation or technological change replaced investment as the primary factor that explains long-term economic growth. They believe that the determinants of output growth are technology, labor, and capital. The study employed the secondary data from the period 1994 to 2020, which was obtained from the South African Reserve Bank. The results were analyzed using eViews Vision 12 software, and please bear in mind that some of the slides are omitted because of space. The methods carried out this study were stationarity. The study used the augmented Digifuller method to run the formal testing unit route. GDP and CPI were found to be stationary at first difference, while interest rate was found to be stationary at level. The autoregressive distributed lag, which is the ARDL, the model employed the ARDL because the variables employed in the study integrate at different orders, and the method is applicable to small sample size time series. The study, the table represents the lower bounds and the upper bounds. The calculated F statistic, that is 5.086963, is greater than both the lower bound and the upper bound at all levels of significance. This confirms the existence of co-integration amongst the variables. The bounds testing approach has provided enough evidence of long-run relationship between all the variables. The study proceeded to run the long-run results, and inflation coefficient is found to be negative 5.1103%, which indicates a negative long-run relationship between inflation and interest rate. This suggests that a 1% increase in economic growth will lead to a 5.11% decrease in inflation rate. Because South Africa is a developing country dominated by poor and vulnerable people who were previously disadvantaged, a high inflation rate will decrease their purchasing power and their ability to save. Interest rate elasticity is 0.210446, which shows a positive relationship between interest rate and economic growth, which means a 1% increase in economic growth will increase interest rate by a 2%. People will be encouraged to save instead of borrowing. The study also conducted the Eagle-Granger causality. The study found that there is a unidirectional Granger causality between the variables. Inflation Granger cause growth, which means growth follow the movement of inflation, and interest rate Granger cause growth, which means that growth follow the movement of interest rate. The result confirms the empirical literature that states that inflation and interest rate have an effect on the economic growth, and they also show the causality direction between economic growth, inflation, and interest rate. Stability testing. The study conducted the CASM and the CASM squares to investigate whether the parameters of the models are stable across various samples of the data. The study found that the CASMs are between critical boundaries of 5% level of significance. Therefore, it serves as an evidence that estimated model is stable. The study found that inflation have a negative relationship with economic growth in the long run, while interest rate have a positive relationship with economic growth in the long run. South Africa, as a developing country, should focus on maintaining a low inflation rate and a stable interest rate trend. By maintaining a low inflation rate, I mean the inflation rate of 3% to 4%, and I know on the abstract it says 6%, pardon me on that one. The government should also avoid fiscal dominance and over-reliance on South African Reserve Bank. Government should also formulate and implement financial policies that enhance investment-friendly rate of interest rate and take into consideration the factors that negatively affect investment in the country to maintain sustainable economic growth. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. Am I right to assume that she took half of the time? It was very quick. Do we have questions, inputs, recommendations, comments? We'll start with Prof that side. We'll come to Banele this side. Who else? And then Prof. Okay, and then we'll have the last one that side.
Chair, it looks like the presenter took less time because she has certain gaps. We would suggest that she addresses. In particular, in terms of positioning that study further, she will need to consider the work that has been built on what McKinnon and Shaw did in 1970s. There's further work that was done, but it originates from 1970s on financial deepening. That will give you proper lenses to examine the path that is taken by savings, interest rate, investment, and then contributing to growth. If you do that, also you define, explain very clearly about what inflation is. But again, the literature available shows that once you have a single digit, meaning below 10, single-digit inflation, in a number of linear economic literature books, they will tell you that's low inflation. But in your case, you are restricting yourself to the band of 3 to 6%. From a policy point of view, yes, but again, the argument, you need to justify why you would want to deviate from what the economic literature has said, that low inflation will be single digit instead of double digit. And therefore be able to operationalize other parameters in the modeling that you are trying to do.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to Prof and then we'll come to
Thank you very much, and thanks for a good presentation. What I want to check with you, particularly on the side of interest rates, you'll have noticed that from 1994, the interests were high. I think we're the highest, almost 25%. And then in 2020, they were around 7%. What I want to check with you is what was the impact of economic growth? Because maybe you can comment on that, because when I look at it now in terms of projection and what have been in terms of economic growth, it seems to have been lower, even compared to the time when interest rates were high. So I would like to get your comment on that, and also to factor other factors other than the two, because I do not necessarily think it will only be issue of interest rates and inflation that should be a fair determinant in terms of how economic growth goes. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Prof.
Thank you. Very good presentation. My question is just one. On your conclusion, you say, you know, the state should avoid over reliance on the Reserve Bank. Reliance on, what do you mean by that? And because we don't have an alternate Reserve Bank that can control inflation and interest rates. Thank you.
The last one is at the back. There were 4 hands.
Thank you very much for a wonderful presentation. Myself, I'm zeroing in on the topic, dynamic causality test of exports. So once you look at a causality testing, I thought maybe you were going to just deal with that type of test. There are various forms of causality test. But I can see you also go beyond, and you also tried to estimate some economic relationships using your ARDL. So my thinking was maybe you could broaden your topic so that it can incorporate all the aspects that you have included, that you have discussed in your topic, rather than to restrict it to causality, because it went beyond causality. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for the questions and comments. So where there are questions, you can respond. Where there are comments, you can take them as considerations.
Okay, thank you for the comments and questions. I'll start with the other factors of economic growth. The other factors of economic growth are unemployment. I'll focus on unemployment because unemployment also affect economic growth.
Okay. Answer what you can answer.
Okay. Okay, and also on the government not being over-reliant on the South African Reserve Bank, what I mean is that the South African Reserve Bank cannot curb inflation and interest rate alone. They need the help of the government in terms of the budget and also creating employment, because also creating employment can also curb inflation, because in Phillips' curve it says that when unemployment is high, it causes inflation to be high as well. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I think what we are going to do now, we're going to have a tea break for 15 minutes. And then when we come back, we only have 3 presentations after that. And then Prof. Mukwena will take over to do the vote of thanks and closure. However, after the tea break, Prof. Mukwena will hold for me for a bit. There's something urgent that I need to respond to work-wise. So Prof. Mukwena will cover for me for a short while, and then I'll continue when I come back. Let's go for the tea break, and then we'll see each other after that. 15 minutes. Let's come back at 10 past.
healthy. Ignore as if you have not had anything. I now present to you Advocate Matebula as a program chair on behalf of Professor Matsivandila. Advocate Matebula.
Thank you, colleagues. As you'll see on the program, there was one presentation that was left before we could embark on that short tea break. So, however, because of time, as Professor Mukwena has mentioned, the presenters, please also try to be concise with time, and in order for us to accommodate the subsequent questions to follow. I will first like to call upon Mutsui RR. She or he is an honor student coming before us with a topic styled "The Relationship Between Money Supply and Economic Growth in South Africa." The VCM, or I don't know what is this way, the VECM or approach. But over to you, ma'am. Is this the one? Yes. Yeah, you simply press. Come this way. Come this way. Stand here. This one. Yes. Over to you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, there's some edits. I asked Cecily Tabo to make the edits about the topic. The topic is the ARDL approach, it's not the VCM approach. Let me first reintroduce myself. Greetings to you all. Sitting in front of you is Muzi Rainet, under Honors Commerce in Economics in the Faculty of Management of Law. The title of the research is "The Relationship Between Money Supply and Economic Growth in South Africa, the ARDL Approach." Please note that this study is still in process. The motive to write about this research is that I realized that there are different the graduates or individuals that indeed have more knowledge and skills, and also the brilliant business ideas, of which they are failing to contribute to the economic value. By so, firstly, my study recommends that it will be so important if the government contribute the funding to the SMMEs. I'm sorry, I forgot the abbreviation. To the SMMEs, and also by so doing that, it will give those with their brilliant ideas an opportunity to make the investment and contribute to the economic growth. One might ask a question and say, how will those with the brilliant ideas make the first step to get the funding? Firstly, I still suggest that there should be a department called the General Department, of which that department should be like a recipient department, of which a person who have a brilliant a promising business ideas that will generate the profit or can change the economy should go there and firstly show them their business idea. In that manner, those who have the knowledge about those which have the knowledge will take those business ideas and take it into account if it will indeed contribute to the economic value and also the government or those who provide the funding. They will draft down the cost-benefit analysis to check if they will be able to recover their funding, and also if indeed that person will be able to repay the money that they gave funding to. This study focused on the money supply, of which is the important monetary tool which the South African Reserve Bank is used to control the economy. And also it is vital or important to study the money supply because it is used to control, to determine the economic growth rate and the inflation. Firstly, by achieving the objective of 8.1% economic growth, which is stated by the National Development Plan 2030, there should be like a flow, of which a flow. Let's consider that. Let's say Y is an income that individual receives and that individual receives. Firstly, individual must make a decision. Not every income that every person holds must spend it, of which part of it must be saved. And also, we should know that through the saving, we should go to the financial intermediaries, at least save, because saving money in the bank account is not the same as putting money at home in a safe. Because putting money at home in a safe is like we are just putting that money, of which it loses its value at home. But putting it at the bank, you know that in the near months or few years, it's going to be increased. Also, through the government spending, when the government tries to make the spending of maybe providing the infrastructure to make the flow of trading maybe, or those goods that are produced domestically to be produced abroad. We as South Africans, we should ensure that we must be able to be capable of using the available technology to produce goods that we have the absolute advantage in, and also make use of the economies of scale, so that we can export more and import less in order to have a positive trade balance. And also, the reason for my study to use M3, which is regarded as broad money, is because broad money consists of currency in circulation, short-term savings, and the long-term saving. Just imagine if every one of us indeed is having the savings. It will help those which I said that they need those funding. They will go to the financial intermediaries so that it could lend them money to make this to achieve those feasible business ideas, so that the economy can reach its objective of reaching 8.1% by 2030. This section consists of the section 2 is about the literature review, of which it provides analog among the various economies on how there's a flow of the variable of money supply, economic growth, inflation, and the real interest rate. Since my topic is about the money supply, it talks about the money that is circulating in the economy, of which it will be talking about the exogenous money. Of it, the exogenous money, it will be the money that will be circulating, of which it will be considered as the money that we gain at the bank when we had invested, the money that we use as the transaction, and of which the endogenous money is the money that is not even controlled by the South African Reserve Bank, of which this study, as I stated, it focuses on the exogenous money. And also, there's a theory called the regional growth in the neoclassical model. It consists of the two sectors. Firstly, this theory, it talks about that there's a different stages in the production. There's a production in the agriculture. If it says that there's a production in the agricultural sector, and also through the transition of it to the manufacturing of machines, it will speed up the process of reaching the economic growth. So, various economists had provided the topic, of which some of them had never provided the various econometric tests that I had provided. My study had provided so many econometric texts, so many econometrics tests which have the diagnostic test, and the Q-zooms. And also, it takes into account the total reserves, of which is denoted as TR. The total reserves, it consists of the excess reserves and the required reserve ratio. For the use of using M3, which is the broad money, it shows that if we all put money in our bank accounts, the financial intermediaries some of that money as an excess reserves, which is used to create more money in the financial institution, of which they will be safe in terms of the required reserves, because they know that with this amount of money that is invested in our commercial bank, we know that we are safe until this year that the person has made an obligation with the bank. Now we're on section 3 of research methodology. Okay, this study is from the 1990 to 2022, of which it uses the secondary data, with the variables being stated being the money supply, economic growth, inflation, and the real interest rate. Certain economic techniques such as the unit root, which consists of the augmented Dickey-Fuller test and the Phillips-Perron, will be used to elaborate about the studies. And the autoregressive distributed lag, which is going to be used, which is only applicable when the results give the mix of the results. They say two variables are stationary at level, and other two variables are stationary at first difference. And the Grenga causality, which is established by the Grenga in 1969, is used to detect any cause, and it elaborate on which variable to focus on. The diagnostic and stability tests, they are going to be used for the robustness of the model. The section 4 illustrates the results and the discussion. Here, two tests are being used: the augmented Dickey-Fuller test and the Phillips-Perron. The Phillips-Perron is a test that is used actually they both determine if indeed the variable is stationary at which level. Please note that the first asterisk indicates that the model is stationary at 1%, two asterisks means that the model is stationary at 5%, and one asterisk means that the model is stationary at 10%. The reason in this study to use the autoregressive distributed lag is because if you can check at this result, we can see that the GDP is stationary at level, and also the inflation is stationary at level. Wherever the money supply and the real interest rate, they're stationary at first order. Of which this shows that there's a different mix of integration, of which this is the reason why I used the autoregressive distributed lag. This is the bounce. The second one is the lag order selection criteria. This is an important step to follow, because by using the wrong lag length criteria will lead you to the wrong conclusion of the results, of which it may result with the statistical significance of the coefficients, and also the statistical significance of the coefficients, and also as I've stated, that it also leads to the wrong conclusion. And also, the bounce test co-integration. The bounce test co-integration test is a test that shows the long run and the short run results of which, and determines whether there is a co-integration or the relationship among the variables. Of which, please note, the F value in the bounce test co-integration is 8,60. This is the error correction model. The error correction model simultaneously also gives the results of the short run result and the long run result. And as I've told that, you should take note that the bounce test gave the result of 8,60. In this, the error correction model, its F value gives the 5,71. This means that the F value had adjusted. By seeing this F value being adjusted, it gives me the idea that, let's say the money supply is reduced. It means that if the money supply is reduced, it means the economy will be stimulated, of which the real interest rate will be decreased, and people will have the opportunity to invest in their business and stimulate their more consumption. Okay, and also this ECM result, which is the error correction model, it shows the speed of adjustment, which is negative 0.778, of which it shows that the model is reaching to the equilibrium, of which it will reach it in the next period. The Grenga causality test. In this manner, in this section, we see that there is a unidirectional causality, and of which the government in this way, it should focus on the economic growth. It should focus Firstly, the things that you can focus on is on the 4 factors of production, of which the entrepreneurship that I said that it should give them the money for their business ideas to reach their objectives, and also the labor, the capital. And also, as I've said that this study is still in process. This study gives the unidirectional causality result from the period of 1990 to 2022, ceteris paribus. Diagnostic test. The diagnostic test. In this test, we're going to account for the 1%, 5%, and 10% level of significance. By looking at the condition, it shows that we all accept. So this means that there is no violation of the classical linear regression model. So even the Kuzumo scale of squares that within the 5% level of significance, it means the model is stable. I thank you.
Take this. Thank you very much, Mutsui. That was a thrilling moment. I want to call upon Mulugu M. Ladies and gentlemen, how I'm going to do is that you're going to spare those questions. You're going to ask that panel that is sitting there those questions at once. Sorry? Sorry? Or for adjudication purposes? Okay. But I don't know what difference it will make to adjudicate them as they respond, because they won't respond at once, isn't it? Anyway, you can ask questions. Ladies and gentlemen, let me invite questions. I'm going to allow for 3 minutes for questions. Please do not prolong your questions. We don't want to stay here overnight. Right. The first question, can I identify hands for questions? In the absence of questions, ma'am, I'll allow you to sit back, and thank you for your presentation. Mulugu M, can I please ready you to come forward with your presentation? And it's titled Assessing the Implementation of E-Government in South African Municipalities, a case of Elias Motsoaledi local municipality in the Limpopo province. Please welcome on stage your presentation.
A wonderful afternoon to everyone in this. Okay. A wonderful afternoon to everyone in this hall.
This must be the hottest of them all.
Let me not touch it. Okay, once again, a wonderful afternoon to everyone in this hall, to our respective scholars within their field, all protocol observed, and in correction for pronunciation of my surname, I'm Maria Mukolo. And the topic that I will be presenting on is assessing the implementation of e-government in South African municipalities, a case of Elias Motsoaledi local municipality in Limpopo province. Enrolled in honors public administration from Faculty of Management and Law from School of Economics. My research topic is inspired by a rapid technological revolution, and we are at the brink of the fourth industrial revolution. From the public sector perspective, it is no longer an exemption for the public sector to not partake fully in terms of governance in this the fourth industrial revolution. Hence, the shift in this presentation was now focusing on the e-government implementation as one of the pieces from a bigger pie, which is the fourth industrial revolution, and e-government being the piece from that pie. And ladies and gentlemen, I would really want to make a disclaimer that as my first time presentation, some of the information may not appear on the slide on the presentation due to inconveniences, and this research is still in progress. I would first like to break down some of these terms to ensure that there is an understanding as we continue with this presentation. The first term is the e-government. E-government, according to Heina and I, from their publication of 2007, refers to an administrative, legislative, and judicial bodies, both central and local government, effectively utilizing network technologies to digitalize their internal and external activities in improving the quality of public service. The second term is the e-governance by Uiziyamana. I'm really sorry for mispronunciation. From his publication, professor from University of Johannesburg, from his publication in 2015, which refers e-governance as a process of changing the way the government operate, interact with citizens, and method of service provision to its citizens. E-service is the third term, which is the utilization of information and communication technology, which encompasses in components which are three: services, the channels, and the beneficiaries. Of course, they do not always have to be clients or customers. And the last term is the e-municipality, which refers to as the use of ICT to communicate important information and provide e-services to the people in an efficient and effective manner. This is helped through the Scholar Toots in his publication of 2007, and Miranda, Sanguna, and Bengiel in their publication of 2009 further shares their demonstration on e-municipality as a complementary database system which enables payments, debts, inquiries to be conducted electronically in this provision of e-services within the municipalities. Introduction and background. The Electronic Communication Bill, which was passed into an act, which is now an Electronic Communication Transaction Act 2025 of 2002. From Section 8, provides a power to modify legislation to remove restrictions arising from other legislation which prevent the use of electronic communications or storage in place of paper. It also enabled this e-government in South Africa and the use of information, communication, and technology in the public sector. It has also become a crucial component of the contemporary government and the e-governance, which provides the effective public service delivery, making it easier to access services. And such initiative, for an example, we can look at the online application filing, bill payments, online education, and telemedicine, which in relevance we would say that the government has branches and different departments. And this will be presented from the missing slide, which is the problem statement. There isn't much empirical research on the e-government services, and there is no discussion on how this can be customized to meet the needs of the users at the most basic level. And one may argue that there is already a template for e-government implementation. However, this is done in the metropolitan municipalities, not the district and the local municipalities at some designated areas. The research aim and objective of this the aim is to assess the implementation of e-governance in enhancing the service delivery for municipal services, linking the implementation of these e-services at Elias Motsoaledi local municipality, which in this case, the municipality is used for the research purposes. However, I would like to take it into a broader sense. The objectives are to assess the nature and the role of e-government in South Africa, and to evaluate strategies of e-governance in South Africa, to assess the implementation framework of e-government in Elias Motsoaledi municipality, and to examine the challenges of e-government in the Elias Motsoaledi municipality. Literature review. Over the past 10 years, South Africa's efforts to adopt the e-government was hampered by the several leadership, technical, organizational, and policy issues, which matured into the lack of ICT infrastructures, and this example of the infrastructures can be drawn from data centers and facilities. However, the approved 2022 to 2023 service delivery and budget implementation, which was consulted recently, have shown that one of the core values of the Elias Motsoaledi municipality is change, interchangeably transformation. Hence, the motive to embark on this research. Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, this is a diagram that I will be taking you through, as it is not as detailed. However, I'll make you have a clear understanding of how these 4 branches, which are 4 types of e-government, can be understood. These 4 types, which I normally refer to as the 4 forms or 4 pillars of e-government, are the first, government to citizens. Government to citizens, this type or form is the one that guides the interaction between the government and its people in terms of involvement in the municipal processes and decisions, providing an updated municipal website and links, and not only having the municipal e-governance being only the media broadcasting platform, but however, a platform that is able to render effective services to its citizens. The second one is government to businesses or enterprises. This form of e-government is the one which prioritizes the support for business projects. And an example from a municipal level, we would be speaking of tenders and contracts. The third one is government to employee. And this form refers to an interaction between the government and its employees from different departments, offices. And the last one is the government to government. And this is the form that deals with the interaction between the 3 levels of government, namely local, provincial, national, ensuring that there is interconnectedness and interaction to ensure that there is an effective implementation of this e-government at all levels. And this, it is also made possible through the collaboration of other organizations and agencies. An example of that will be the Independent Electoral Commission of South Africa. The research design and methodology, the descriptive area is the municipality of Elias Motsoaledi, which is located in Sekhukhune district in the province of Limpopo in South Africa. And the targeted population was the municipal officials and as well as the beneficiaries of this implementation of e-government. And the sampling technique that was employed in this study is purposive, which was directed to the municipal officials based on the knowledge and expertise they have. And the random sampling was employed and applied to the beneficiaries to give them the platform to participate actively in this initiative, as they will be the actual beneficiaries of this implementation. And the data that was collected and the method which was used is that the interviews were conducted, or that's where I need to correct. The interviews are still in progress. They have not yet been conducted, but then, however, the data collected from the questionnaires is the one that is available upon request. And on the data collection and analysis, the research findings is that I managed to distribute 25 questionnaires. Only 19 were collected. And on this, pardon me. Okay, on these findings, 25 questions were distributed, and upon the biographic information, we've managed to collect 19 from the respondents, whereby 75% were from the age of 18 to 25, and only 26% were from the age of 26 to 35 years. And the interesting one was that 84% were unemployed beneficiaries of this implementation. However, the also interesting data which managed to be analyzed is that the nature and the role of this e-government implementation, it is well understood by the beneficiaries, and they are looking forward to it being effectively and efficiently be implemented in supplying services from the municipality, whereby 53% strongly agreed to this understanding and readiness of this implementation, while partially 42 agreed as well. In recommendation, I would say South African municipalities, particularly those in the local level, should embrace initiatives of the fourth industrial revolution and ensure that there is a robust engagement on how possible this can be implemented and the rules which should be expanded in terms of public service delivery. Thank you.
Thank you, Mamukulu. May I please invite don't worry, you are next to me. Right. May I please invite questions? If there may be 3, please. We'll see if we can allow 2 extra. There is a hand at the back. Yes, the second hand from Professor Mugwena. Where are the mics? Start with the lady at the back on the left and Professor Mugwena. There are 2 mics. Any more hand? Okay. Those 2, quick, then we wrap this presentation. Mr. Muliwa, please present. Oh, the third one is there also next to the door. That will be the last. Mr. Mulewa, please prepare yourself for your doctoral presentation as we'll be wrapping up the day. Thank you very much. Colleagues, you may pose your questions.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Mokolo, for your presentation. Mine is just a comment. I think you are contradicting yourself because you are saying you are still collecting data. At one point in time, you are telling us that the interviews have been conducted. So you need to be clear on the methodology part. And how did you come up with 2 sampling? You should give us a reason why are you having 2 samplings, the purposive and random. And also, how did you sample from the population? Because you're just telling us that this is your population. You haven't told us how many have you sampled and how did you arrive to that particular sampling. So just need to be clear on the methodology. Thank you.
Professor Mkwena, please proceed. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Look, at least some of the methodological issues have been raised. If I heard you correctly, you said you received the questionnaires, the interviews are still outstanding. But then, let me not then get into the abstract because it says something else. But my question per se is that your objectives, and if I'm not mistaken, it's an honors level, and you put 4. And when I try to also look at that in terms of the topic, because I noted on the what you call on the abstract, you're saying from the title itself, not even a topic, you're saying assessing the implementation of e-government. But your first sentence then begin to say you assess the challenges. Now I said there's something wrong there, perhaps I'm in another session. But coming to that, I'm happy it's still ongoing. If you could go and make it a point that if out of the 4 objectives that you put there, you're able to actually focus the study in relation to the title. And I'm worried as well about, or rather, let me hear your comment there. In terms of the e-government, and you took Elias Mtswale, the local municipality, as a case study. Can you give some of the e-governance service delivery practices that are being actually running there? Because you're assessing something that is running. And I could not get exactly, because when the moment you talk service delivery, there are so many things comes. So perhaps if you could delimit and limit the study so that it's very clear at that particular honors level. What's your view in terms of the kind of the services that is delivered on e-government? Taking from yesterday where we said, even today, where it picked like we are on the second IR. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for the comment. I'll take that into consideration and improve. Hence, I mentioned it's still in progress, and I should also mention that I'm actually here for the experiment. And thank you so much, it's a privilege. And to answer the question on some of the e-government initiatives which are in place, I would first, before I answer that, say that the issue of electronic method in terms of provision of services, it does not really have to be viewed from a deeper, for the lack of a better word, deeper perspective, but then looking at the website itself, because we start with the small things before we can really have a bigger picture. Looking at their website, they rarely ever update their website, and that's where we start there. The information they supply, is it relevant? And then in some of the e-services which they provide, it is only the media serving as a broadcasting, I would say, platform, sharing the implemented, the development plans, budget, annual budget and reports on their website. However, in this initiative, I was looking that they improve on that, ensuring that the platform itself enables an application whereby a municipal resident is able to pay their municipal fees online. They don't have to go to the municipalities and queue. And another thing which is a problem for unemployed graduates is having to print out their papers while they apply, the traditional way of applying for employment. I think they can work on that and ensure that they adopt some of the method, being the online application for vacancies which are being advertised. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I thought there was a question next to the door at the back there. Oh, in the interest of time. Mamukulu, ra leboga, le ka dula fatshe. Thank you very much, colleagues. We are now in the last presentation of the day, and it's one different from the ones that have already come before us. This one is from a doctoral level, and I think even the engagements might even take that level, robust level. So within the interest of time, my brother, 15 minutes for you to present your story. The podium is yours. And the title is therefore styled, Unleashing the Power of Leadership, Illuminating the Path of Psychological Safety and Organizational Sustainability State-Owned Enterprises. So the stage is yours.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Pardon me for my height, but I'm sure I'm taller than the program director, and it's good that he's not listening, so he did not hear me. Okay. My name is Frase Molewa, and then the topic, as it was overemphasized by session chair, I will be presenting on the Unleashing the Power of Leadership, illuminating the path to psychological safety, organizational sustainability in a state-owned entity. And the psychological safety is abbreviated as PS. You will note that as we go along. And organizational sustainability is abbreviated as OS as well. The same with SOE, abbreviated as OE. That is in line with the theme, which is finding solutions through effective governance, sustainable development, and leadership in the fourth industrial revolution, opportunities and challenges. In terms of the introduction, I'm a student doing or enrolled for Doctor of Commerce in Human Resources within the faculty. And you will know the summary of other areas in terms of exposure and the niche areas. And one was once inspired to be an academic until one of the guest speakers yesterday by the name of Mr. Mnguni made me to revisit that my career aspirations. Okay. Okay, I'm just going to share the background and the motivation. If you note, in line with the King 4 Code Principle 4, you'll note it overemphasized the aspects of strategy, risk, and opportunity and performance and sustainable development, which is in line with the theme, to say those are inseparable elements of a value creation. Often, within King 4, it's a voluntary code, but within the public entities, often the King Code conflicts with the founding legislations. Often the SOE is established in line with the founding legislation that established it, and you find often the King Code conflict with that principal legislation, and often most entities, they end up not implementing the King Code based on that. But now, in terms of the motivation why I was interested in this, amongst others, you will note the collapse of state-owned entities. Basically, mainly those that are the major entities. You will know them, your ESCOM, your Transnet, PRASA. The state of those entities are at a level at which some of them, they are not financially viable and they are not sustainable. Hence that interest from my side. You can note the performance of ESCOM as well. You can note also the financial loss of Transnet of 5.7 billion there. And then in terms of the furthermore on the background, around the 2012, there was the establishment of presidential state-owned entity around 2010. That was established by the president to then look at state-owned entity, all of them, and look at how best to revitalize and reposition them. But mainly not all of them. They then looked at the major ones around Transnet, PRASA, and few of them, because they selected those that are playing an economic role in line with the National Development Plan, which is the blueprint that overemphasize that SOE are the engines of economic development. And with that, in line with the variables for this study, the SOE on the aspects of leadership, psychological safety, and organizational sustainability, those areas where there's still a challenge. And you will note also some with regard to psychological safety. It's where in the organizations, organization needs to create a speak-up culture. And when you note in an organization, very few are able to speak up. And some, you noted that during the state capture, some employees, instead of speaking up within the organization, state capture was an opportunity for them to speak up. And some, there was a consequence at personal, which was occupational and detrimental to their career. And then in terms of the aim of the study is to explore the impact of transformational leadership on the psychological safety and organizational commitment within the context of South African state-owned entity. And in terms of the literature review, I'll just summarize key studies that have been undertaken with regard to the three variables that I've overemphasized. But in summary, on the 2.1, you'll note the transformational leadership, as abbreviated as TL, to say in terms of literature review, it inspires and motivates their followers, foster innovation and create shared vision. Psychological safety, employees feel safe to express their ideas, especially where the organization allows or create a speak-up culture in an organization. Furthermore, to say, in line with those two variables, the previous research has established that there's a positive influence between the two. With regard to PS and OS, it emphasized that the two are closely related, especially where the aspects of willingness to voice and propose innovations staff are afforded based on the culture within the organization. Furthermore, on TL and OS, you'll note that it further indicated that transformational leadership is associated with OS. Leaders who inspire and empower the team to achieve long-term goals contribute to the entity's ability to adapt to changing circumstances. That was the literature review. And then in terms of the methodology, quantitative and the cross-sectional approach on the data collection, a semi-structured questionnaire, sampling, stratified random sampling, and a statistical analysis, correlational and regressional analysis That will be the research methodology undertaken. And then in terms of the finding as well, the key in terms of those three variables, the finding is that there's a significant positive relations between transformational leadership and PS and OS. And furthermore, PS demonstrate the positive correlation between the organizational sustainability, suggesting that a safe working environment fosters sustainable practice. And then furthermore, in terms of transformational leadership, because it plays a critical role for organizational sustainability, there, in terms of TL, characterized by visionary and inspirational leadership behaviors, has been shown to create synergy environment that nurtures innovation, collaboration, and employee engagement. And that it also aligns with the principle of sustainability. And then now when we look at transformational leadership as a catalyst for organizational sustainability as well, within that as well, the TL champions the compelling vision and empowering employees, and it fosters a sense of purpose and ownership amongst the team. And in terms of PS, pathway to sustainable growth, centrally to the relationship between TS and OS, it further emphasized that PS is a crucial precursor to innovation and risk-taking. It's inherent linked to the organizational ability to adopt over time. And then the transformational leadership support the psychological safety by promoting a culture of continuous learning and improvement in an organization. So now in terms of recommendation, I'll just try to summarize key themes from the recommendation. But the study provides available insight to the leadership of state-owned entities, to the governing board, to the management executive, and to the executive authority or line department. And it further emphasized the need of workplace environment that promotes innovation, and also leverage insight into the organization having to develop the leadership development framework, mainly to look at high impact leadership practice. Amongst others, traditionally, is those senior management development programs, executive development program, that have got a high impact on leadership practice and sustainability. And in terms of to strengthen the SOE, there are various reforms. Amongst others, in terms of the theme, it's around issues of governance. It's around the issues of sustainability. It's around funding. It's around the issues of capacity and critical evaluation. Just to zoom into few areas within that space, basically around the corporate governance, the evaluation of the board. We're not doing well. Most entities are not doing well in that space. They do self-evaluation, and there's a need for independent evaluation there. And further to strengthen around the issues of audit and risk committee, to further strengthen issues of long-term strategies to ensure sustainability. And those may include the development and transformation plans. The entities as well over-rely on going concerns by external auditors. And a few years ago, we well know that there were reputational issues with regard to external auditors. You will know them. So that over-reliance of going concern basis by external auditors alone may not be sufficient. The framework of central remuneration, you will note entities, there are different salaries from entities. Some there are factors that are considered, but there may be a need to regulate entities in that space. The issue of appointment of the board and management with aspects that has to do with the diverse skills, experience, and knowledge. And furthermore, to strengthen the shareholder compact, in addition to the assessment of the board, and also with regard to psychological safety or speak-up culture, especially on the aspects of whistleblowing, to overemphasize, to look at other aspects of risk maturity assessment, ensure that the internal controls are adequate in that space. And for future researchers, there are avenues to to look into research and benchmark with other entities that have got best sustainable and governance model. I did one look at Rand Water. It was one of the entities that was doing well within the sustainable and governance model, on the basis that it's rare we never had where government had to bail out Rand Water compared to those major entities that are under public enterprise. Some of them are within the line departments. And furthermore, to look into countries like Singapore and China, they've got the best sustainable and governance model. Some of them is a single legislations for all entities, unlike each entity having their founding legislation. It may not be a solution to all entities, but certain entities may be classified. They may have one legislations that govern their operations. So in conclusion, the research contributes to the understanding of interplay between TL, PS, and OS within the unique context of South African entities. And furthermore, by strategically investing in those initiatives that will promote these factors, and SOE can position themselves for long-term success and contribute to the sustainable development of the national economy in line with the NDP, which is to ensure that we contribute and create capable state. So that will be all. It will be my wish that the question must be that simple. Difficult question, I can always attend them outside.
Thank you, you can stand here. Right, there is that illuminating paper. He has illuminated us, as the topic is so saying. Can I please invite the floor to come up with questions? I see a hand there at the back from Professor Koma, the colleague from accountancy, Professor Chauke. In that order, please. The fourth one.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Molewa, for the enlightening presentation. What is your take about the rationalization of the 750 plus state-owned enterprises in the country? Do you think it's a progressive move to ensure organizational sustainability? Your view around it. Thanks.
The colleague from accountancy? Here, in front.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Malewa, for the presentation. I am only puzzled by the methodology section of your research there. I'm not sure if it's mixed method or quantitative or qualitative, because there's a problem of mixing the design and the method there. Because I see you say quantitative method and cross-sectional approach. So I'm really puzzled around this, that is it mixed method, just mixed method, then cross-sectional approach, and then as a design? I'm not sure what is happening there. Thank you very much, if you can clarify.
Last question, Professor Chow.
Thank you very much, and thanks for a good presentation. The first one is to check, you said the King Code, King 4, conflicts with the base legislation of state-owned enterprise. I just want to understand, please enlighten us to what are you referring to? Okay. Because I thought the principle within the King Code themselves, there's no way in which they could contradict, but I think you'll enlighten us. The second point, the over-reliance on external auditors. Obviously, if there's one auditor who didn't do the job properly, I don't think we should brush everyone. Or maybe you can come up with a solution in terms of whom do they rely on if they can't depend on these external auditors. The last component, China and Singapore that you referred to, the level of interference versus how we do it. Is there any lesson that we can learn? Because I'm sure You referred that the state-owned enterprises in both China and Singapore, they're doing very well. From my understanding also, there is a high level of government interference in them. So, but you can comment on that also. Thank you.
Okay. With regard to King Code, within those principles, there are certain principles that we can customize for the organization. Because there's also a supplementary for entities to then guide them on how to implement some of the principles. But the lesson learned is some of the principles there, they then contradict to the founding legislation. And one of it was one in the work of life where we normally the audit and risk chairperson is normally an independent person to then chair that kind of a committee that is an independent committee to the board. And often some of the state-owned entities, what I've noted, any person who's going to be chair of any committee of the board must be a board member. So automatically there it makes the audit and risk committee not to be independent. But it's not all legislations of the founding SOEs. So that was I was emphasizing on. Immediately when you get a board member to chair that, where you've got half board members, half independent ARC members, you find that now the independence is compromised and the main existence in line with the charter of that ARC is then compromised. That was my emphasis, why I was referring to that. And then now when we look at the rationalization of the entities, the president established a committee in 2010 that drafted a report in 2012, and in 2016 the report was then adopted. But since then, most of the recommendations, I think there were 31 recommendations in that report. Most of them were not implemented, and as a result, they ended up some of the recommendations adopting them as a phase one. And with that rationalization as well, instead of them looking at all entities that are within the public enterprise, all entities that fall within line department, remember most of them that falls within public enterprise are those that are major entities that play an economic role. So with that, the rationalization focus on few, not in all of them. And we're still struggling to then classify those that are commercial and non-commercial so that we can rationalize. We may have, some of them we may have to do away with them. Some of them we may have to review their mandate in line with the funding legislations and make sure that we ensure that they are aligned with the mandate and they serve the intended purpose. So I think on the rationalization, my summary will be we're not doing very well on that. But now, I think the last meeting of the state-owned entity turnaround, they said on the 5th of September, last week or so, they are trying to then re-look at implementing some of the recommendations from the presidential SOE review committee. So we'll see if they will be able to implement some of them. And then when we go to the over-reliance on external auditors, it's a difficult one, but what I want to emphasize is you will note amongst others, the case of Marcus Joste, amongst others. Those are some of the issues where you find that auditors are able to, external auditors are able to certify that this organization meet the requirement of a going concern. But after 3 years or 4 years, then there are investigation and it's found that the external auditor didn't do what was expected. So that is the drawback. But in terms of over-reliance, it's the best practice to rely on external auditors, but there is internal auditors. There is also combined assurance. They can look at various levels of defense to ensure that aspects of sustainability are not compromised and often entities as well, to ensure that their debts as well are more than what they are not more than what they can afford, and they build reserves over time. That as well, it can be some of the strategies to ensure that they can sustain themselves over time. And then now on the aspects of methodology, I indicated that it will be quantitative on the basis that one will also ensure that the aspects of a questionnaire. Number two, the other aspects of cross-sectional vis-a-vis longitudinal. This study will be carried once off, not over time, hence it's cross-sectional. So that will be my response, unless there's anything else that I did not answer. Thank you.
How you did.
Yeah.
Thank you. Right, colleagues, let us give them a round of applause. The last three papers for today. As we summarize, we learned three things. First, it was financial viability through adopting the ADR approach. And secondly, was introducing e-government in municipalities. And one identified municipality, as we come to know, was Elias Motsoaledi. And the third was introducing some issues of psychological disclosures in order to make our state-owned entities to be financially liable. This is the last presentation. Right. Colleagues, in that order, I would like to step off the podium and invite one only traditional Prime Minister, Reverend Advocate Professor Mokoena.
Colleagues, I think we deserve a very round of applause. Mine is just to wrap up the day as we started together in the morning. And I think, even if I do not say it, but you also observe it by yourself, that Prof. Sibanda will consider to give me a certain portfolio that goes with my title of being an international program director. Look at the time, we almost. If you look at the program, Prof. Sibanda, you'll notice that we're finishing at 5:30 as scheduled. All right, I should actually begin by extending words of thanks to our council representatives, Ntate Rachidi, Advocate Bongo, for being here from this morning until now. We really, really appreciate it. We know you are busy people, since according to the portfolios that you are actually occupying, but you felt really you want to see what the Faculty of Management and Law discuss on issues that affect the country or the province or the municipality. But thank you very much. Give them a round of applause. Hallelujah. Then I would want to also extend words of thanks to the executives of the university, led by our VC, Professor Mokhalong, represented for today by Professor Madache, and other executive members who managed to come and leave during the course of the day. I think at some point I get confused if Prof. Sibanda, I should leave him there, or I should also point him out. Our own executive dean, thank you so much with the support. We know you're always busy too, but from yesterday you've still been with us, and today you are still with us, and tomorrow by spirit you may be with us. Your team will continue, Prof, and continue with the task ahead. Thank you very much. The executives and Prof. Sibanda deserves a round of applause. Some of the members from the team of Professor Sibanda, the director of the School of Economics and Management, as well as the director of the School of Accountancy, Professor S. Koma and Mr. S. Muchambisi, respectively. Thank you so much for presenting to us our guest speakers of today. I wish then to also, in absentia, thank the Honorable Judge B.C. Mochumi, together with Mr. Terence Nombembe, the former Auditor General of SA, for making time and their preparations, and to unselfishly so share their perspectives on issues that they deem them critical for the country. And remember, colleagues, we were actually challenged by both of them. They went to an extent of identifying opportunities that has got potential of research projects. Thus, it's very, very critical that we thank them indeed. What I also observed as I'm coming to thank the presenters, the multidisciplinary, perhaps Professor Sitati may say interdisciplinary, but it does not mean the same thing, as I learned today from the lawyers who were presenting here and prospective lawyers. It's encouraged. We could get questions from Advocate Mangambi that comes from papers that are not legal in nature. So I got very impressed that on social matters, he also partakes. So the standard of the presentations of today shows the fact that our quality as a University of Limpopo is very high. Let's give ourselves a round of applause. And I should also even thank the colleagues whom I do not know. They are known only by Professor Sitati, who are adjudicating our performance. But I know I won the prize already of being a program director. But on a very serious note, colleagues, thank you so much. Continue doing the job. It's so difficult, I know, but since we started yesterday, because of consistency, it's very critical that nobody drops along the process. So it's very important. I should even actually present some announcements. But before I present the announcements, or I should do that, then I will invite the dean to also, say something. There's something that I observed, Advocate Bongo, and it's minor. Our students, who are supposed to be our ambassadors, seems not to be knowing the faculty where they're coming from. Some said faculty of law. I don't know if it's Professor Sibanda who told them. Some will say faculty of management and law. Some will say faculty of law and management. somebody said Faculty of Economics and Management. So, no, that's a school, but somebody said faculty. I was listening there. Now I'm asking myself, the brand that we are promoting as a faculty with the quality research outputs, where does it belong at? So I'm trying to say it may sound minor, but we need to make it a point that we keep to the names as approved and they identify us. If our blood is red, let it be red. Okay. Announcements. Colleagues, for those who are staying at the hotel, take note that supper is served from 18:30 hours. Normally people say 6:30 p.m. Okay. Up to 21 hours, that is 9 o'clock. So if it happens that you quickly go out, and then when you come back, please try by all means to come before 9 o'clock for supper. We will not stop you to, go around. You may not know what may come out of that. Right. Now, tomorrow, colleagues, breakfast it starts at 6:30 and it runs until 9 o'clock. But in any way, I expect you, or the faculty expect you to be seated by 9 o'clock because the program starts. But I will put it as it appears on the REG website that during working days, 6:30 to 9 o'clock, but hours I humbly request on behalf of the faculty that at least by 9:45 you finished with breakfast, then we're trying to settle down so that we respect time. Tomorrow, our third day, we shall start the program exactly at 9 o'clock. Now, from the Bakwena clan, thank you so much for being very cooperative. You've been a good audience, and I should not leave out Professor Mongale, you did it so well, and Professor Madzivandila, thank you so much as well. You did very well. Mr. Advocate Matebula, thank you for actually taking over from Professor Madzivandila. With that said, just please keep seated. The executive dean will be able to release you within, normally he says a minute, but it takes 3 minutes if he says a minute. Executive dean.
Good evening. Thank you very much, everyone. I know the Prime Minister of Bushbuckridge really takes long. Yeah, but with that said, it was just my appeal because I think he has already addressed it. The plea is tomorrow, let's try to start, not try. Tomorrow we'll be starting exactly seated by 9 o'clock. And I can tell you, I'm making that commitment now to our employer, that is council, that now we'll be here by that time. And then our presenters, I'm not saying students, make sure that you are here on time. Let's not go into the kitchen asking for people to stop eating to come here. And there is a reason for that. We have Honorable Judge or Justice A.G. Onibokon from the High Court of Nigeria. She is sitting judge, not former judge, Ms. Ledwaba. And she is a sitting judge, not a former judge. And she'll be presenting from Washington, D.C. So it means that by that time she'll have to wake up to do the presentation. So let's then try to be on time because then we've given her the time to present. With that said, I'm not going to say anything. Let's try to sleep early. Please, thank you.